calling to order the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on Monday, February the 10th. Start with roll call. Commissioner Moore here. Commissioner Syed.
Here.
Commissioner Holt is absent. Commissioner Matheson is absent. Commissioner Cook.
Here.
Commissioner Bevel.
Here.
Commissioner Bond.
Here.
Please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the pledge. Father God, I first thank you for delivering our commissioners, our city staff, and our fellow citizens safely to this meeting tonight. I'm also thankful of our opportunity to serve such a wonderful city on your beautiful planet. We humbly ask you tonight to give us direction, to give us wisdom, to make good decisions that will shape our community for many generations to come in a positive manner under your guide. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I've got some, let's see here. We're going to take citizen comment or presentations regarding items that are not listed on the agenda tonight. Okay. No cards, no one coming forward. We'll move right along. Next is the approval of the minutes, a little housekeeping we need to take care of. We can do this one at a time, or somebody can motion for all of them at once. Any questions or concerns about the minutes in the package? No, at that point, can I get a motion to approve one at a time or all of them at once, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the Planning and Zoning Commission minutes for May 13th, work session minutes for May 18th, commission minutes for June 10th, commission minutes for July 8th, and work session minutes for July 22nd, all 2019.
I'll second.
Commissioner Moore is aye. Commissioner Syed?
Aye.
Commissioner Holt is absent. Commissioner Matheson is absent. Commissioner Cook?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Bevel?
Aye.
Commissioner Bond?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Our first case tonight is the consideration of a request for a preliminary/final plat for lots 1 through 11, Block A, lots 1 through 13, Block B, and lots 1 through 3, Block X of the Preston Manor Edition, being tracts 6A1, 6A2, 6A2A, 6A2B1, Abstract 1487 in the OC Sturm Survey, and tracts 1B, 1B1, 1B2, Abstract 1176 in the J.J. Newton Survey, being approximately 15.70 acres, case PC 20-001. And I would ask staff to go ahead and present.
Good evening, Commission. This is an aerial map showing the location of the property this evening. It's 401 Shelton Drive. It is currently zoned R20, and the future land use map indicates that to be residential in nature. And this just shows the relationship of that property to the rail line and the neighboring properties around it. It does have R20 zoning district standards, and so the plat before you this evening would meet those standards for R20. And here's some of the details of the subdivision. It would be for private streets they're requesting with a gated entrance, and this does require council approval. A gated emergency access connection to the Oakley subdivision. It is for 24 residential lots. The Land Development Code provides a guideline that a private street subdivision containing 25 lots or greater, and in this case it's 24. And then if you think about it in its connection to the Oakley subdivision, there would be a total of 47 lots. It does have 2 open space lots. The total area is located there. The lot area, the open space area, and then the net density would be for this configuration, 1.85 dwelling units per acre for the 24 lots. And this is the exhibit of the subdivision. It would have an entrance and exit off of the Preston Way there, off of Shelton Drive, and then located to the south, off of Oakley. They are proposing right now a gate and emergency access only. And in doing that, the Land Development Code does say that it does require, if there is a gate there, that it would need to have a turnaround, unless the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council deem otherwise based on this plat before you. And this is just a tree survey that they've provided, as well as some preliminary drainage. And there is a current pond located on the property. And that the way that this would be draining, that's being proposed, is they would be working to get to be able to discharge and get the commitment from the DART to be able to do that. So the developer's currently working towards being able to do that. And the pond would be filled in. This is our notification map that we have sent letters to property owners within 500 feet of this property, and we have received just now a letter of support from the Oakley subdivision with the emergency access gate. Staff does recommend approval. The proposed preliminary and final plat meets the requirements of the R20 district and the Land Development Code.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to request the applicant to come forward and speak on the case for.
Sure. Good evening, Chairman, member of the Commission. For the record, my name is Osama Nashid with A&A Consultants, 5000 Thompson Terrace, Colleyville, Texas, 76034. I'm representing the developer on this project. As the staff presented the case, it's 24 private subdivision, 24 lots private subdivision. All lot meets the R zoning, the current R zoning. There is the existing pond. There is few things that I can just address. We expect houses to be similar to the Oakley in terms of price-wise. In terms of the pond, this is a man-made pond. Is not, and we do have a letter from environmental says that it's man-made and it can be filled. So it's not. It was just recently been done about 10 years ago or so. We do have some challenges with the substation that we are proposing to. We will be. Opposite. So that's what we are proposing to screen the substation. This is an actual photo of the site. And we will be putting a 6-foot retaining wall and another 6-foot screening wall around it with a lot of trees to hide the substation as much as possible. We only have 4 lots that they will be able to see the substation from the subdivision. Everything else will be behind in the back. We do have the neighbors supporting us, the Oakley HOA, and we do have a lot of builders' interest in the area, and I will be glad to answer any question you might have.
Any questions right now?
Well, one question is, I think I can see it, but kind of outline what areas are green space areas in the plan.
Can you go back to the flat, please? So, can I see this presentation here? Possible?
Now,
No? Okay. So the green area will be at the entrance of the subdivision up north.
Right off of Bransford Road, right?
Right.
Right, okay.
Close to Shelton. The area around it will be green, and also next to the power station in the south
Yeah.
corner, right there, and along this road next to the power station, there is, will be total of 20 feet of green space between the pavement and the property line that we're planning to plant as many trees as we can.
And what percentage, do you have an idea, what percentage of the total acreage is going to be green space?
I don't have this figure, but I do believe that they already calculated.
yeah, so between the two of them, it's 39,330 square feet, so just under 1 acre, 0.9 acres.
Okay.
And I think my mouse is working after all.
Okay.
So this is the open space adjacent to the power station. And then they have open space up here, up close to the entrance.
Is this in any way usable green space that you're proposing, or is it just little small strips that it appears to be on the set of plans?
It should be usable.
Like any plans for a park bench or slide
Yes.
or for use?
I don't know about slides, but it will be some
Yeah.
park benches.
Yeah,
But I don't think there is the space for like a full plat
Yeah.
park.
so you don't have any rendition of that at this point?
Not at this point. But we are planning to do that.
So the lots that are going to be up against the substation, it's lot 9, correct? And then lot 7 and 8, is there another one? You said were there 4, you said?
Will be 2 across, so there is 2 right here and 1 on the north side. I can't see the number from here.
Yeah, it's all right, I think it's 9. and then-
Yes, and probably 2 will be facing the road, and then they will be facing the power station. So, and the one at the corner, it will not really see it because it will be facing the railroad track, not the power station.
Right.
All the equipment is on this side.
All right, another dumb question, but you'll see you're identifying as Preston Way. The most narrow area next to the substation that's going to be green space and
Correct.
trees, how wide is that there at the most narrow area?
It's 10 foot,
10 foot.
yeah.
Looks like it's the entrance to the the substation,
I'm sorry?
this area with the Preston Way, and said it's the, what do you call it, green lot? Green space. Is it the access point to the substation?
No. The substation has a roadway coming from the north next to the railroad. it's not, we will be about
Well, there is
7
no
or
road
8
there.
feet higher than the substation at this point. So the road will be, yeah, there is an existing road that you can see right there. That's the entrance for the substation.
But it's not the part of your green space.
No. I mean, there is an it is part of our land, yes. The entrance
like it-
itself is, but there is about 10-foot road, all-weather road as entrance for the substation. And it is part of our land. But it will be outside the gated area.
Can we go back to that, the plan sheet? And can you zoom us in to see where the road is? Is that possible?
It's here.
I don't have a way to zoom in, but I believe the gate would be about right here,
Right.
in a little bit, so they would gain access just before that
Right.
and come through and get to their area.
And around the entire substation, you're putting a retaining
Yes.
screen.
Yes.
What is that gonna be made out of?
The retaining wall itself will be concrete.
Okay.
And then it will have a rock screening fence around it,
So a separate fence or just built
built on top of it,
on top of it? Okay.
yes. But the retaining
For-
wall will not
for
be,
aesthetics.
nobody will see it in the subdivision, so it will be concrete. Also because of the road on top of it, so we're gonna try to make it as strong as possible. So that's what the concrete will be.
What about the exterior of the subdivision? You can tell it's a pretty significant grade difference from the substation to let's call it the far southeast corner. Are you planning to build any retaining walls around the outside of the subdivision as well?
Next to the rear road, it will be 2 to 3 foot of retaining wall, yes.
Next to the railroads?
Yes. So the retaining wall will go along the rear road in these 2 lots in the south side, and it will continue around the substation. But in the east
But
side.
nothing on the south or east side? You're gonna come up to those levels?
That's right. They are a lot higher than we are.
Okay.
So, I mean, the purpose of the retaining wall is to try to lift
Yeah.
this corner up to get it closer to this.
Do you have any idea how many, just a rough guesstimate on how many loads of fill dirt is gonna come into this project?
We actually have a full design that we submitted to the city,
Yeah.
and we are about 55,000 cubic yard short. So, 40 load, 40, so roughly maybe 120 load,
Got it.
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then if you could kind of walk us through the drainage. Obviously, Oakley has their own retaining pond.
Yes,
And that has a spillway
correct,
on the north side of Oakley right there.
correct.
Walk me through, that's gonna spill over and run down what to get to the street? Is that a channel or is that a catch basin there? And then where does it go from there? Obviously, I've heard the fact that the railroad easement isn't guaranteed yet. I mean, everybody knows that's up in the air at this point. But just kind of walk us through that, and then at the same time, you got a lot of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 15 plus lots to the north that look like they make a couple of different turns before they ever hit an inlet, from what I can tell, on streets.
Correct.
So you're gonna have a lot of water rushing down. So if you can kind of talk to me about that a little bit.
Sure. If you look at the way the detention pond for the Oakley was designed, was They have the spillway, and it's about, I want to say 15, 20 feet away from our property line. And they have a retaining wall coming from both sides between us and them, and it opens up right at the exit of the detention pond. So what we are working with the Oakley is we're gonna close this off, put a catch basin in their area that it's already dedicated as an easement, and we will put it underground. So there will be no water going to the street without being underground. So, and then we'll take, in terms of, the location of the inlet is based on calculation. There's not, because a lot of these lots that they are backing up to the substation or on the same side of the substation or the west side of the road of Prince, they will be going off land to the railroad track and to the substation. They will not be coming back. And also there is the north part of the subdivision. Right now it's going to Shelton, to the north. So not all these lots will be coming to this point. So the capacity of the road dictate where the first inlet will come to. And that's based on the capacity that it's been calculated to be this way.
Is there an active storm drain at the end of Shelton right there, or are you just gonna dump out on?
We are not dumping more than what it's there right now. So whatever is going right now, that's not gonna change. In terms of once it gets to our system, there is an existing channel in the railroad track. We already contacted the railroad, and the developer is in contact with one of their vice president, and they don't seem to have a problem since they already have the capacity. This channel was designed to carry 113 CFS, and because of the Oakley, they already put the pond, and there's some of these houses were designed to come to this way, and now they're going the other way. So after our development comes in, we will be at 70 CFS. So the channel has capacity of 113. We're only putting 70 CFS. So they don't seem to have a problem since they already have, and we did send them the existing calculation that shows that they were supposed to get 113 CFS, and now they're only getting 70. So it's actually, they have plenty of capacity in their channel.
Thanks.
And that was part of the reason that we pointed the water to the southwest corner of the subdivision, because if we go straight from the cul-de-sac, we will have to go and extend the existing channel, and we didn't want to do that in the railroad to make it easier for them to approve it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, questions before I open the public hearing?
Just as far as, how many trees are gonna be, it's pretty open now, how many trees are you planting, do you know?
We will plant as many as we can, because we wanted the trees to hide the substation especially. So it's in our benefit to have as big of trees as we can and as many as we can.
Yeah, I'm guessing you want to do that.
So we're trying to shield the subdivision from the substation.
Good.
Good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, what's gonna happen next is I'm gonna open the public hearing. I have speaker cards already up here. If you choose to speak tonight and you haven't given them a card yet, please go to the back of the room and grab a card, and you can fill it out and hand it to Ari over here. And even if you have filled out a speaker card, please state your name and address for the record when you approach the microphone. And that'll go for all of these cases tonight. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing. The first card I have is for a Mary Utley, but it doesn't say if she's in support, opposition, or doesn't wish to speak. So does she want to come forward? There you go.
My name is Mary Utley, and my husband Bill and I live at 5704 Oak Top Drive. And this property is immediately adjacent to our lot as well as the Oakley subdivision. Tonight I come to you with two concerns. One is the increased traffic in an already congested area, and the other is further destruction of wildlife habitat. I hope some of you had an opportunity to go out there and look at the actual lay of this land. It's very different when you stand there and look at it than it is just looking at on this piece of paper. My greatest concern is the impact that this development will have on an already congested area. The intersection of Bransford Road and LD Lockett is a very hazardous intersection with a lot of moving parts. Lots of traffic goes north and south on Bransford Road. Even more traffic goes east and west on LD Lockett. The Cotton Belt Trail is heavily used by pedestrians and bicycle riders. I'm glad to see that they've installed some stop signs on the trail where it crosses Bransford. Otherwise, this could be a very dangerous place for a serious accident. Then there's the high-speed Tex rail, which supposedly will run 50 to 70 trains a day. And every time the train goes by, Bransford Road is closed. All of these moving parts occur within just a few hundred feet of each other. It's less than 1/10 of a mile. During peak traffic, it takes a long time to get out on Bransford from neighboring streets. The Oakley development is adding 23 homes with 3-car garages. If Preston Manor builds 24 homes with 3-car garages, there'll be a lot more traffic there than there is now. If the city approves Preston Manor, and even if they don't, I would respectfully request that the city implement some kind of traffic control along Bransford so drivers won't have to risk life and fenders to gain access to Bransford Road. And now my second concern. The Oakley development destroyed a huge amount of wildlife habitat, and now Preston Manor threatens to destroy the remaining open space in this area. Right now, as you've discussed, there's a nice large pond in Preston Manor that provides much-needed habitat for various forms of wildlife. Sadly, the plan is to build houses right where the pond is currently located. That pond also captures the overflow from the spillway of the Oakley Pond. Perhaps the developer of Preston Manor would consider leaving that pond as part of his green space, since they only have 9/10 of an acre of green space. It's only about an acre, but it would solve the problem of houses backing up to the railroad track. The railroad has been there for over 100 years. It has seniority. So now, the city has the burden and the opportunity to control development adjacent to it. Maybe the city could acquire that land where the pond is and make it part of the Cotton Belt Park. Like Mayor Newton said the other night at the State of the City meeting, owning is the best zoning. We're not opposed to new homes being built. I'm just asking you to seriously consider the impact that this development will have on current residents, future traffic, and even more destruction of wildlife habitat. Thank you for your service to the citizens of Colleyville and for allowing me to voice my concerns.
Thank you.
This is where she lives, right here.
Our next speaker card I have is from a Larry Cowan, who does not wish to speak but wishes to voice his opposition. Kim Cowan. She does not wish to speak, but she wishes to record her opposition. I have a speaker card for Ricky Tejada. Doesn't say if he wants to speak or not. That's for the cemetery. Oh, the cemetery, sorry. Is that right there? George Willman wishes to speak in opposition.
So good evening. My name's George Whitman. I'm the owner of 405 Shelton, which is the property that's at the northeast entrance, just right there on Shelton, off Shelton Way. So a couple concerns that I had. One is, as noted earlier, this will really increase the traffic through the area as the path out to the south or southwest is kind of convoluted, so it's likely that all of the traffic would be going out that entrance to the northeast. And I think this is a little deceptive in that it shows Shelton as more of a street, where if you, can we go back to that aerial map or the satellite map and take a look at that? So it's actually a cul-de-sac currently. You can kind of see the round shape of it, and the property, I think that's designated 419-8700 on there, is a city historical landmark. So there's a little historical train station and an old train car and a nice green space. And there's a lot of kids that play in there, including my kids and the ones that are coming to visit the city property, that are commonly playing in that cul-de-sac. So my concern there would just be the amount of traffic coming through kind of a public area where there's typically a lot of semi-supervised children running around. So I would hope that we could at least have some kind of a rigid traffic control on that area, you know, something to prevent high speeds or prevent any danger to the children there. Something like maybe a manned gate. The other concern I have is just the character of the neighborhood as it sits right now is pretty nice. You've got a lot of large lots, probably averaging 1 to 2 acres. I think when you go in and build every lot exactly at the minimum allowed by the zoning regulations, it indicates to me that these are going to be probably lower value houses, and having had my property value damaged by that before, I think I would like to at least have an idea of what the planned housing standard is. You know, I think that with the pond and everything else, this could be built out as a really beautiful subdivision, or we can kind of destroy the beauty and the natural habitat and so forth and build it at maximum profit to the builder. So I just hope the commission will consider all these items. Certainly not opposed to developing the property. The developer has a right to do that. I would just like to see it done in a way that's beneficial to the city and not detrimental.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? No more cards? Go ahead and close the public hearing. The first thing I want to address is with staff, and that's this letter that was sitting here. We walked in. It looks like there's some concern about the emergency access gate with Oakley being a public come and go. Am I reading this right?
Right, so what this letter is basically saying is that they are in support as long as the connection between the two are with an emergency access gate only.
Okay.
They do not want it to be continuous open to where both can go back and forth between the two areas.
Okay.
They want it as an emergency access only.
Okay. And y'all are on the same page about that? Okay. Commissioners?
I'd like to ask, Ben, when you say emergency access, are you talking strictly about emergency vehicles, or are you talking about deliveries and other things?
It would be emergency vehicles only, so any other type of vehicle, including deliveries or maintenance type vehicles, would not be able to access or go through that entrance. Typically on emergency access, there's a special, it's called an Opticon device, which
Right.
only emergency vehicles have that. So only ambulances and fire trucks really have access to
I
that
just
gate.
wanted to clarify that, thank you.
So related to that, I might ask a couple questions that may seem obvious answer-wise, but one concern that I have that I actually meant to bring up earlier, forgot, was I think it would still be Preston Way when it goes into Oakley Lane. It's just a street, so there's no turnaround, and I don't know, so what is the reason why you would, have a turnaround or a court, and what are the challenges or potential risks by not having it here, because it's gonna dead end into a emergency-only gate?
Right. So that's the main reason is for turning around. It's not really going to affect the emergency vehicles because they'll be able to go through the gate, but for any other type of vehicle, including delivery vehicles and, the trash truck, if they don't have a way to turn around, they would have to either do a three-point turn or even back up to where they can go back north on Preston Way. And so it's primarily just turning around for those that either they've gone and visited a home that's there and need to go back, or maybe they didn't realize it did not have the turnaround.
And does the city typically have rules around streets ending like that versus?
Right, dead-end streets are not allowed. So this is a little bit unique in that it's only dead-end for non-emergency vehicles, but we do have other scenarios around the city where we have the similar type emergency vehicle gate only, and so we've required a turnaround for the other types of vehicles so that they aren't having to back up and
So
basically creating more conflict.
So normally, we would want a turnaround in that area.
Right. And so I think where the reason we're at this stage, at this point, the original submittal did not indicate whether a gate was going to be there or not. We now know that the gate is proposed, and so the plan does not reflect the turnaround at this time, but we've presented that the turnaround is needed unless Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council approve otherwise.
So in order to, if we say that does need a turnaround, this in essence needs to be replatted.
Yeah, they would have to design an appropriate turnaround. They may have to shift the lot lines slightly in order to maintain the minimum 20,000 square feet for every lot. Some of these lots are well over the 20,000 square foot size. And so they would just have to redesign that terminus in order to have an appropriate turnaround.
I will say, I hear what you're saying about some of the lots being well over, those, at least first, looked earlier and now, are more on the north end of this subdivision, so it may require reducing the number of lots or doing something like that if we decide that that's an important add-in.
Yeah, with the redesign of that terminus, they will have to go back and make sure that they meet all those minimum requirements. And if they can't make it while adding the turnaround, then they may have to lose a lot. But in looking at the lot sizes, it looks like they should have sufficient area in order to accommodate that without losing a lot.
one of the gentlemen wanted to, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, but wanted to have some kind of feedback on the price point for the homes that are being proposed there. And I believe we had talked about that in work session, but maybe the developer would like to come and answer that question. Is that permissible, Chairman?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. In terms of the turnaround, the reason we didn't feel like it's needed, but if it is, we will go ahead and redesign this area to include it, is it's only serving 4 lots. And typically, even with a fire truck, can go backwards about 150 feet. So this is just above that. So that's why we're asking if it can be, so we don't have this 2 big cul-de-sac next to each other. But if we have to add the cul-de-sac, that's not gonna be a problem in terms of adding that. In terms of home prices, we already have several builders from the Oakley that they are interested in buying the houses, buying the lots to build the same type product that it's in the Oakley right now. So probably low million type frame.
Okay, that answers that. Thank you.
Thanks.
And so what are the average lot sizes in Oakley?
It's same.
Oakley?
It's the
Same?
same. Yes, it's 20,000 square feet.
That's correct. Approximately 20,000 square foot.
And just to confirm, that pond, I heard it said tonight for the first time, that was strictly built for cosmetic reasons. It was a man-made pond. It has no other functionality at all. Okay.
Can I get you to come back up if you don't mind? I want to talk about the gate, the gated aspect of this. This land was, at some point, I'm assuming many years ago, zoned for residential development.
Correct.
So that's on the table, just so everybody can hear that. It was
Yes.
zoned for residential development. Now, and it looks like, for the most part, y'all are complying with that.
Yes,
But you're asking for a PUDC, so you can have private streets and a gate.
correct.
If I can clarify, they are not asking for any zoning on this.
Okay?
Yeah.
The use of private streets just on its own requires special approval by city
Okay.
council, but it does not constitute a change of
I
zone.
got you, okay. But we're talking about private streets here,
Yes,
private streets with the gate.
correct.
So my question is, what benefit does the gate do for the development, the community? You know, what's the benefit of doing that versus leaving it open where the community could come and go, you could have a park, or you could have, I mean, we have a lot of trails around there. If you could address that first.
I think it's foremost for security reason. So just having the subdivision gated is for security of the residents of the subdivision. So that would be the main reason for it. Unless if you have any. Yeah,
Strictly security.
strictly security, yes.
And then, you know, for me, I feel like y'all have work to do on this specific case. And here's why. I get no feel of what the entrance is gonna look like. You know, we're talking about it's a residential street right there.
Right.
One of the homeowners just stood up there and spoke, you know, so it's, what is that gonna look like? How is that gonna work? I'd like to see that. We're having a difficult time seeing the green space and really how that's gonna play into it, because I'm really not seeing a lot of usable green space, so help me get there. So I'm assuming obviously this page wasn't in our packet.
It was not, because it was an older rendition. It doesn't even, the subdivision names has changed, and that's why we didn't wanna, but it will be something very similar to that in terms of, that would be the gate and the fence for the subdivision. So the landscape architect is in the process of adapting the new design a little bit to make it exact.
So where does that go? Is that, I mean, do you have a map where you can explain where that wall goes to, where it stops, where it starts? Is it just what I'm looking at with, I can't really tell what that is, 20 foot on either side of the gate?
If you go back to the plat, it will be the area in the north side. Right here, that is correct.
So that lot one, half of the yard will be outside of the gate, or there'll be a wall there as
It will
well?
be a wall. So lot one, it will have a wall next to it, goes all the way to the gate.
So that runs down the eastern side of lot one?
Yes, the northern, it will be north of lot one. So it will,
Between lot one and the street?
correct,
Okay, so that gate goes, okay, so that wall peels back.
yes. And then it'll go northeast after that.
But you see what I'm saying here? We're having to ask instead of just
Sure.
seeing, you know, a color rendition of what things are gonna look like.
We certainly will do
Yeah.
color rendition, for sure.
And just the screening wall materials around the substation, you have a picture of that, it's really not enough for me to really see what's going on with it, you know, to understand that. And the tree plan, I'm not seeing really anything with that. I hear you when you say, you're gonna plant as many trees as necessary.
Not as
And I get-
necessary.
I get
We-
that.
We're gonna do more than necessary because it's in our benefit, not just for, we're not doing it for the city benefit per se. We are doing it for the city benefit, but it's also, it collide with
Yeah.
our own
Value benefit.
interest and value.
Yeah.
It adds value to the subdivision, so we need to put as many trees as we can and as big as we can to try to screen the substation as much as possible.
I hear you on that.
Sure.
But we're having to draw it up in our heads. And that makes it a little difficult for, you know, a development that will affect so many and I mean, people are gonna be running up and down this trail and what are they gonna see, et cetera. I'm not disagreeing with you that it's certainly residential, zone for residential development.
Yes.
Someone's gonna live on this land at some point.
Yes.
It's gonna happen. But we've gotta do our job up here and do it the right way, and we've gotta talk about these things. I'm having trouble visualizing really how this thing's gonna come together, and, you know, I'm really interested to hear about the railroad drainage deal. I'm interested to hear about how these people at lot 4 and 5 are gonna, what are they gonna see when this water comes over the spillway? Are they gonna be blessed with a water fountain that comes on and off, or is it gonna be, like, I'm really trying to visualize so many different things in this deal.
They will not see it at all because the storm drain will be in the Oakley subdivision
Okay.
And underground.
and underground.
Yes, I understood.
So it will not be above ground at all.
Yeah.
But, you know, related to that, though, I still, this idea of the street just dead ending, I mean, you mentioned earlier, you're not, you know, wanting to put a court there for only 4 houses. The court on the other side there is for 4 houses. It's no different, really. And, you know, I know, I live on a court, and I know even like when that garbage truck comes down my street and it's having to do like a 3-way turn, the only way that garbage truck's gonna be able to get out of there is just back up. And, yeah, not to be overly, you know, parental in this, I just don't like that idea, and if I heard.
And we are willing to make the adjustment. We actually got this comment this week or late last week, so we didn't have a chance to look how it's gonna be. I did work it out in the office to see that we can make the turnaround or make the cul-de-sac without losing any lots. We do, it's only gonna add like 3,000 square feet, so we should be able to get that from several lots. So we will be coming with a cul-de-sac turnaround in this area to make it work.
Well, I share that same concern, where the gate will be, like how the vehicles can get out if they don't have access to the gate. So that is a concern of mine. However, the property's zoned for residential.
Yes.
Although you don't have the drainage agreement yet, your explanation of the capacity for that drainage area on the railroad right-of-way exceeds the required CFS. I'm sorry, I don't even know what that means.
It's cubic foot per second.
Thank you. Okay, so that aspect of it, if I were going to approve this, I would say, based on that agreement being in place.
That's-
Your anticipated price point is certainly compatible with the Colleyville standards and so forth. It sounds to me like you have gone beyond with your plan for screening and to make it attractive so that people will want to live there. The underground drainage sounds good. We don't get that every time. So the fact that you're able to do that certainly sounds good to me. Ms. Utley had talked about her concern for the wildlife and the habitat that this property offers to the wildlife. And of course, I live adjacent to an open parcel, and I love the wildlife, and I enjoy it every day. But we know we live in a city where property will be developed. And sadly, that causes the wildlife to relocate. But that's just something that we can't, we're here to accommodate the development of our city according to the standards of our land development code. And I think this particular case meets those standards. I would be concerned about the turnaround, and you've committed to redo your plan to include that. So based on the effort I see that you've put into this and what it appears to be the future of this development, I think you've done a good job.
Thank you.
So this goes to, because I share some of Commissioner Ryan's same concerns, and then you add in the turnaround, it comes back to, okay, then how do we proceed forward with this? Because I do agree, this is zoned R20, it is going to be developed. I understand the same concerns. I hate to see, open land be developed, but zoning is the zoning, and, and so we're basically voting on the plat. It's already zoned for this. But I do think that once you start adding, like I look at the plat now and those 4 houses, on that Preston Way going into Oakley Lane, they're all right around 20,000 square feet. So in order to create that court, you're gonna have to take from somewhere else and add to those to keep them all over 20,000 square feet.
I'm gonna need 1,500, roughly, 1,500 feet from the south side of the road and then 1,500 from the north. If you look at the 2 houses or 2 lots at this end right here in the west side, these have over that. So there is a 21,000 and The other one is a little bit more.
I see 20,117, 20,003, 20,020.
I'm talking about the last, before it turns upward, right below the cul-de-sac at the end.
So again, it comes down to how do we proceed? Because I would like to see that, before.
I mean,
vote yes, I'd
we'd
like
be
to see
glad
the-
to approve it, subject to, we'll work with the staff that before it goes to city council, that this thing will be in place. So we're comfortable with that.
I've got more questions than just the turnaround.
Yeah.
I feel like there's work to be done here. I want to see what's going on with these green spaces. I want y'all to think about, how you can incorporate, usable green spaces into this deal. This is a tight development. It's a tight one. Let's all be honest here. Anybody
It
in the
is.
room can see that. But it needs to be a good development.
Yes.
And we need to do the right thing here, and here's where I'm at. We can vote on this as is. All we can do is look at it or talk about a turnaround, or they can go do the work that they were gonna have to do anyways when they come to council, and then we can vote on it. If y'all wanna vote tonight, I can ask for a motion from the commissioners. If y'all wanna go back and go to work on this thing, getting it ready to go a little bit more, then we can do that too. But there's a lot of things that need to be addressed in here, including the turnaround, the green spaces.
I-
Will be the next meeting.
So typically, it would be tabled to the next regular meeting. Next month, the regular meeting is scheduled the week of spring break, and we've already identified that we would not have a quorum. We've rescheduled that for 2 weeks later, so that would make it March 23rd. The commission can select a date anywhere between now and then. I think if we were to, the earliest would be in 2 weeks when we have our normal work session date. You could table this item and call for a regular meeting for this item.
That will work for us, if that's possible.
So I guess I don't understand the concern about the green space. Certainly, the more green space we can have in our city, the happier everyone is.
Sure.
But this is not
A P-
a PUD.
Right.
This is straight R20 zoning. And there is, with the R20 zoning, there is no open space requirement in our land development code. If it were a PUD, I would be all over that, because I really believe that we need to conform to our land development code.
Yes.
But since there's not a requirement here, I'm not sure I understand that particular concern. I would be very willing to make a motion to approve it contingent on the drainage, the railroad right-of-way drainage issue being resolved, and the turnaround being presented with your presentation to the council. But that's just where I stand.
And we can, if this is acceptable, when your next work session in 2 weeks, we can forward to you where we are before even it goes to city council. So you see, I can see your point of you want to visualize it more, and we'd be glad for this 2 weeks, we just try to put some, just show where the green space a little bit better than what we have, and also will show maybe some perspective of what it's gonna look like with this all the stuff, and work a little bit. So if that's acceptable, we can certainly do that before your next work session.
I think that would probably be what I would be in favor of, so, just to give them a little bit more time.
I agree with that, and I said this once before, and also I'll say it to you as well. Oak Alley subdivision that's approved on John McCain, when they came and presented, even for zoning, the information they provided was very detailed. And they didn't even have to do that until they did their plat. But, so I'm not suggesting for a zoning case to do that level of preparation, but they showed where all the trees were gonna be, the materials they were using. And it just made it much easier to get comfortable approving that and not just kind of hoping that, I understand the price point you're wanting to charge for these homes. Certain things are gonna have to be done to get that price, understand
It
that.
have to.
At the same time, I would be more comfortable, getting more of that detail before I pass it on to city council. I won't be here in 2 weeks, but that's neither here nor there potentially. But that would be my vote, is to table it.
Can I get a motion?
I will make a motion to table zoning case 2-10-20.
Until.
Oh, no, that's not it. That's the actual date. I wrote it down and I said the date today. Excuse me. I make a motion to table case 20-001, 2 weeks from today at the next work session, and then have a meeting, an actual meeting at that point. Did I say that right?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bond. All right, Commissioner, we're gonna vote. Commissioner Moore, aye. Syed?
Aye.
Cook?
Aye.
Bevel?
Aye.
Bond?
Aye.
All right, the motion has been tabled until the next meeting. We appreciate y'all's patience. I guess it's C and B.
I know. That's the weird part about this. I won't be here, but I wasn't comfortable.
Sorry about that. I gotta do a little card shuffling up here.
Was one thing.
All right, moving on to the next case. Are we gonna hear both these at one time? Yes. Okay, I got some reading. Item 3B, consideration of a zoning change request from AG Agricultural District to the CC-1 Village Retail District on tracks 2B and 2B02, abstract 1850 in the JL Bias Survey located at 5713 Colleyville Boulevard. Cases ZC 20-001. And we'll also hear item 3C, consideration of a request for a special use permit for cemeteries or mausoleums on tracks 2B and 2B02, abstract 1850 in the JL Bias Survey located at 5713 Colleyville Boulevard. Cases ZC 20-002. And at this time, I'll ask staff to present.
Yes, thank you. Here's an aerial map showing the location of the property, 5713 Paul Johnson Road. This is for the Bluebonnet Cemetery. The property this evening is the ag piece there. They are requesting a rezoning from the agriculture to CC1 Village Retail, and also a request for a specific use permit for cemetery and mausoleums. And that's the future land use map showing it to be institutional in nature. And the blue piece back there is that ag piece again, and this is just looking from Highway 26 to the south, and then Hall Johnson's there to the, Hall Johnson's to the south, and 26 would be to the west. So some previous outstanding issues from a case that came before in 2018 were improvements to the ditch along the eastern boundary, maybe needs to be cleaned out or improved. some better silt fencing or measures for erosion control, drainage to include information on the planned detention pond area, to work with the Broughton neighborhood to clean out the pond due to increased erosion from the cemetery site, indicating a distance buffer area from the grave sites to the eastern property line, to remedy to eliminate the spoils yard and appropriate fencing and landscaping along Hall Johnson Road. I'm going to go through exhibits right now. Exhibit A shows the property and then the Broughton subdivision there on the right side as it currently exists, and that's looking south to the Stone Crest neighborhood. That's kind of an aerial view of the property as well. Here's their plan for the property. This is a little bit easier to see. They are including a 25-foot setback area that's kind of in the gray you see there. They're going to add a bunch of plantings as well. They are working with the Broughton HOA, and that information was included in your packets. They're including hedge and ornamental fence along that southern area there, that property line. But they're also adding an ornamental fence, kind of running further along that ag piece as well. And it's going to also have some 3-foot high shrubs. And this shows the drainage of that property. And this is actually the, it shows the current pond area for the Broughton subdivision as well. This is an existing view on top there of what it looks like along Bluebonnet Hills, and then what it would look like with the fencing and the shrubbery as well. So the proposed conditions for the SUP are the gravesite spoils are to be stored in the cemetery's maintenance area. No gravesite or cemetery improvement shall be closer than 25 feet to the east property line, with the exception of drainage improvements and landscaping. There to be a minimum of 25 Nellie R. Stevens holly shrubs, and they shall be planted within the 25-foot setback area. There'll be a minimum of 55 number 7 size Texas privet, and they shall be planted within the 25-foot setback area. A minimum 3-foot ornamental iron fence shall be constructed along Hall Johnson Road. A minimum 3-foot shrub row shall be planted along Hall Johnson Road. And then drainage and swale channel improvements shall be made along the eastern property line and within the Broughton subdivision, Broughton addition. This is our notification map, and it was sent to property owners within 500 feet. Staff does recommend approval. The request for a zoning change and associated SUP is for the expansion and operation of the current cemetery use, so it can be in compliance with the Land Development Code.
All right. Is the applicant present?
Yes. How are you? Fine, thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, my name is Robert Reeves. I'm a zoning consultant representing Bluebonnet Hills on this 2 request. I have a PowerPoint presentation, and I passed out a kind of a report. It looks like this. Each of you should have that. The staff did a wonderful job of going through some of the key points of my presentation. I'll make this quick I don't want to be redundant on what's already been said, but there's some additional points I'd like to make. So, moving right along, just very, very quickly, the cemetery's been there since 1953, and we do want to expand, and we're trying to expand in an area that apparently, obviously, didn't have the proper zoning. That's why we're here today. The zoning, the first application we made was actually turned down after a couple of delays in June the 11th, 2018, not 2019. And as the staff indicated, at the time, there were several areas that the Plan Commission wanted us to address. I'm going to take each one of those areas and go through those and explain how we've addressed that. Just very quickly, the next few slides, I took these over the weekend of the existing cemetery that's been there since 1953. These are the directives the staff went over. We're going to highlight each one of those and explain what we're doing, the 7 directives. The request, of course, is going from AG to CC-1, and then an SUP for the mausoleum and the cemetery. The master plan, just a couple of points again. The shaded area is really the undeveloped area. We're proposing the 25-foot setback along the east border, which is on the right of the drawing, and we added, as of today, a 25-foot required setback kind of on the top of that cul-de-sac area that you see at the request of the homeowner in that area. That address, to be very specific, let me find it. The address is 1805 Camden Green, and then we're including the home next to them to the left, right at the corner of the junction where it does a right turn, which is 1801 Camden Green, and we're providing a landscape buffer adjacent to those properties. That was new from our original application. Very quickly, along the bottom of the shaded area, we will do the 3-foot high fencing, ornamental iron fencing, tubular fencing, and plus a 3-foot high hedge along the lower part of the gray area. And the tubular fence will actually go all the way to the left, about a little over a mile, about 5,000 linear feet, and we'll replace all the chain link fence that exists there today. So the next, those are the main points I want to highlight. We've been working very, very hard over the last 18 months with the Broughton Homeowners Association, Stonecrest Homeowners Association, and the adjacent property owners. In your packet, your information docket package, is a signed letter by the board of the Broughton Homeowners Association supporting our request. I know they have representatives here tonight to speak in our favor. Directive 1, sediment, deal with improve the drainage ditch and swell along the eastern boundary. Our proposal dealing with that is to clean out the existing natural drainage swell, preserve the trees, which incidentally, all but a couple of trees are on our property, preserve the trees, clean it out, and protect the vegetation that's already there. And also clean out the swell in the northern border, not just the eastern border. That's the new part. Any damage at all to the vegetation, and hopefully there will be none, will be replaced. We will construct a new concrete swell all along our east property line, a channel or whatever you want to call it. The natural channel will stay. The concrete swell will be parallel to the natural channel. The drainage from the cul-de-sac near the northeast corner will be redirected, so it'll go into the new concrete swell and minimize any water discharge. And there may be some necessary regrading that'll need to be approved by the city engineer. This is just a section in red of the concrete swell, and in red on the right-hand side of the drawing is where the swell will be. And toward the bottom of that, it will literally cross over our common property line with Broughton and go into their drainage area to the right at the bottom of the graphic. This shows you the swell we're proposing as it crosses over the property line, goes through the drainage area into the inlet, into the Broughton retention pond. And they use that for irrigation. That's part of the deal we've worked out. Better silt fencing, measures to control erosion. One of the things we did right at the beginning, about 18 months ago, is seed the vacant area so we'd have grass and control erosion that way. Incidentally, you're seeing a good shot of the vegetation along our common property line. The other thing we did was prohibit any silt from graveyard sites being stored in this vacant area. It's moved off of the area, and it's stored behind fences in the maintenance yard and hauled off-site periodically. That helped with erosion control. Directive 3, provide information on the planned detention pond on the cemetery property. We actually did a drainage study about a year and a half ago, turned it in to the previous city engineer, I forgot his name, I was not familiar with them, who determined that we don't need a detention pond on our property. It's probably 95, 98% open space. The only reason that it came up was the internal driveway, kind of a east-west driveway, and was about it. Everything else is a grave site and open space. So he determined we didn't need it on our property. Work with the Broughton neighborhood, clean out their retention pond. This was in our submittal. It's not part of the conditions, but I wanted you to know that we have an agreement with Broughton that they've signed. It's in your information application package, where we'll contribute $32,000 toward dredging out their retention pond, plus tax, plus another $40,000 if there's any overage. And we're willing to move forward with that ASAP once this is approved by City Council. This talks about the landscape strip that's been talked about by the staff. The bushes we're proposing, I just want to make one point here. These are minimum number of bushes. These Nellie Stevens are quite dense, quite tall. The idea is to meet with the homeowners, with the association, once this is approved, out on the site and determine where the planting should occur. There are obviously 2 or 3 areas where it's thinned out for whatever reason, and these are intended to be planted in those areas that have these visibility corridors. This is just a graphic of the 25-foot setback, the 2 swells, the natural one and the concrete swell. Eliminate the spoils yard. I already told you it's been gone for months, and it's still gone. Provide appropriate fencing, landscaping along Hall Johnson. Landscaping occurs in the new part, development part, on top of the retaining wall. We'll do a 3-foot hedge within 3 months of the passage of the ordinance, etc. And we will plant evergreen trees as the grave area, as a cemetery develops. Similar, I mean, it won't be as big as what's there today, but we will plant new trees as it's developed out over time. This is just a shot of that. The staff told you the bottom picture shows the ornamental iron fence and the shrubs. And Mr. Chairman, we are asking you and the City Plan Commission to approve our request as submitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant before we open up this public hearing?
Excuse me, I just wanted to know, this would be the directives, from the directives, improve the ditch along the eastern boundary. Is the improvement you're referring to the concrete swell?
It's 2 things. It's cleaning out the existing natural swell, which we need to do. It's got
Yes.
sediment in it
Yes.
built. Plus, build a new concrete swell, so there'll be kind of a 2-tier drainage area.
Okay, and is that in the 25-foot setback? Or was it 25 feet?
Yes.
Okay, and so the natural swell and the concrete swell would be within that 25 feet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. House good? Okay. The public hearing is now open. I have several cards here. Robert Reeves, that's you, right? Okay, so you've spoke. Sorry, I'm a little bit difficult reading this. Gary P. Grossi wishes to speak in support. And if you could please come forward, as we did on the last public hearing, state your name and address for the record when you approach the microphone. If you have not brought a speaker card, please fill one out in the back of the room and hand it to Ari to my left, please. Thank you.
Good evening, thank you. Carrie P. Grossi, 1029 South Greenfield Avenue, Richardson, Texas. I'm representing as the property owner, and I primarily filled that out, obviously in support, but in case the panel had any questions or any of the residents had questions that Robert may have needed assistance with. One piece on that east side, we've already started that clean-out process. We had to, we didn't do the silt yet, but we had to trim trees from basically Hall Johnson moving north, and then on the going northwest to start that process, because part of that's to eliminate or at least lessen the damage to any trees when we actually have to do the serious work with the concrete. So that would be the one main point I'd want to put out there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Neil Bondi wishes to speak in support.
Good evening. My name is Neil Bondi. I live at 1808 Arrington Green in the Broughton subdivision of Colleyville. I'm here to support the Bluebonnet proposal. We worked long and hard with them for about a year to come up with a mutually agreed solution to the things that our neighbors had concerns about. So just wanted to come and offer our support for what they're proposing.
Thank you. Ricky Tejada wishes to speak. It doesn't say in support or opposition. You approach the mic.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Ricky Tejada. I reside at 1801 Arrington Green, Colleyville, Texas. My home is actually on the eastern foremost part of the property, so my west property line is connected to the cemetery. I first of all want to just say thank you to the applicant for their hard work. They really have done their best to communicate and try to resolve our issue. So I don't have any issue there. I can't say that I have an issue with the plan, but I did want to just put a few things on the record. The first thing is I'm actually representing myself because we were initially told by the Homeowners Association that any drainage issues or water coming off of the Bluebonnet property was ours to resolve. I believe our Homeowners Association primarily was concerned. They were concerned about our part, but specifically said they couldn't represent us in that because the primary concern for them was the silt coming off of the property that was going into the retention pond in our neighborhood. Second thing that I'm surprised, because in the amount of time that we've been discussing this and this has been on the table, up until about 4 days ago, I didn't even know there was a driveway proposed in the proposed rezoning area. That's news to me. Just want that on the record. Also want on the record that though we've talked about cleaning out the natural swell that is there, it has not been done. It is completely filled in with silt, and I believe that I'm the only resident in the neighborhood that when the water, which primarily flows from north to south, and my house is on the southernmost part of the development, I've got water that's still running across my front yard in heavy rains because that ditch has not been cleaned out. I do want to thank, again, the applicant for coming in and cleaning up overgrowth, a lot of bushes and natural things that grew up. We're excited that they cleaned that up, but the one thing that did do is we can really see where we couldn't see into the cemetery now. We can see into it because there are not sufficient enough trees to really block the view. Just want that on the record. So as it exists now, we have no privacy as it relates to I can stand in my front yard, I can look out my bedroom window to the west, and I'm looking into the cemetery because the trees are pine trees and they're mature, and they were lifted up about, I guess, 7 or 8 feet. And you have to do that for the health of the trees, and I understand that, but I don't have any privacy. Last thing, a few other things. Additional I'm not sure where they're gonna plant the landscaping, because if you talk about a concrete swell, and then you also talk about the natural swell, a lot of that is gonna really take up that 25-foot space. So I mean, they've got engineers and landscapers who will figure that out. But if I could at least offer as a recommendation, I hope that they put all that landscaping on the, not inside the 25, but right on the edge of it, on their property and not closer to the boundaries of our property. And the reason why that becomes an issue for me is because if there's like two sections, as I see it, when you look at it from an aerial view, the area that's closest to Halls Johnson, years ago, they kind of leveled that out and kind of graded the slope. But when you go further into the property, then the grade, it's kind of high, and then there's a steep drop. And I would think that's probably maybe from my street level up to the top of the hill on their property is about 20 feet. And so whatever they do there, people will be able to look into my backyard, potentially, or at least in the front. So I'm just looking for a way to make sure that we have privacy. I don't have any problems. I bought the house knowing it's right next to a cemetery, so you can't complain, say, oh, don't let them build there. I just want to just make sure that our privacy is being protected. And I just had this thought: if the wall with the wrought iron fence and the small row of hedges is good enough on the Hall Johnson side, then I'm just curious in my mind why that wouldn't be good enough to run all along the eastern border of that property. Because there is some concern. You can walk out of my property right now and you can walk right into the cemetery. There's no obstructions. A swell's not going to stop people from doing that. The concrete swell won't. And unless the landscaping is really thick, then people will be able to go in and out of that. So those are just my thoughts. And again, I want to just commend the applicant for really doing a good job of working hard to try to resolve our issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colin Pear does not wish to speak, but wishes to voice his support. Thank you. Mindy Russell does not wish to speak, but has a little note she's written. I'm going to read that right now. Apologies, I have to leave to pick up kids. I can understand that. I just received this letter last Thursday. Plans have changed since we met with our HOA. I contacted Mr. Reeves with some of my concerns. I do not feel I have enough info to voice and support yet. I would appreciate the cemetery meeting directly with the homeowners that this affects. My biggest concern is the drainage and landscape. I am the northeast corner home. Thank you. Jonathan Cheatham wishes to speak in opposition.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Cheatham, and I reside at 1716 Gatehouse Court. I'm the past president of Stonecrest HOA. We are not signatories to the agreement, but that doesn't signal that we are in total opposition to it. We are looking to have some more specificity about a specific item that was not included in the plan, and that is the existence and placement of above-ground crypts and mausoleums. That is something that Mr. Reeves has indicated is in their plan as far as their expansion goes. We had requested information about the size and dimension as well as the placement of above-ground crypts, and to see what we would have in terms of shielding that from view. We don't know what size these structures can be. When I think of an above-ground crypt or a mausoleum, some of these things can have entrances which may be 8 feet tall, 12 feet tall, you know, big enough with doors to walk into, and would they be visible from the Hall Johnson side of the property? So we just asked for more specificity for that part that's not addressed in the current application, to see if it can be addressed by some future date if this gets tabled or not approved tonight. We would specifically request that they either restrict the number or give us an idea of how many crypts or mausoleums they expect to sell or do with respect to their expansion. And if there is going to be a significant number where the height is above a certain amount that makes it visible from Hall Johnson, that they would increase the hedge height from the 3 feet that's agreed to about 6 feet to accommodate so that there's not a bunch of basic structures in kind of a patchwork way that would limit the aesthetics of the neighborhood. And lastly, as a possible compromise, to restrict the placement of the crypts to the north side of the property where the natural rise of the property basically falls off as you look at it from the north, so that anything on the front side of that mound from Hall Johnson would not be visible given these height requirements. That's the only specific issue that I'm raising here tonight. It's not specifically addressed in the plan. Mr. Reeves has done a yeoman's job of basically trying to get all of the stakeholders and parties interested together with a very reasonable compromise, and I commend his efforts.
Thank you. Linda Wilbur wishes to speak in opposition.
First of all, thank you, Commissioners, for listening to us this evening. I am Linda Wilbur. I live at 1705 Gatehouse Court. I've been a resident of Colleyville for 25 years, since '95. When my husband and I purchased the property on Gatehouse Court, the lay of the land was different than it is today. Where the sidewalk is was where the grade of the soil was. Over the last 3 to 4 years, they have raised up the center section, and I understand now why, because they want a very flat platform to put, be it crypts or a mausoleum on. But if you look at the sightline where it used to be, literally the ground has gone to, I think one gentleman said 20 feet. I don't really know because I don't have one of those equipments that tell you how far it's gone on, but it's at least 10 feet higher than it used to be. The sightline from the ground is at least 10 feet higher than it used to be. So when we initially moved in there, all of the cemetery plots were below ground, and then about 7 or so years ago, or maybe 10, they added the above ground marble statuary. Again, they're allowed to, they're a cemetery, and we knew that, but it just seems like all of these developments now seem to be above ground, and we're worried about essentially our property values. We would really love to not drive out to our exit of our area and see mausoleums and crypts. It will be, our property values, I think, will be compromised. So if they intend to do this, however high they build those things, we would love a green barrier, be it a hedge or a tree line or something like that, that would obscure the view of that. Most other communities where they have cemeteries and there's a adjoining residential area, they do that. They have a very tall stone wall and tree line in order to obscure that view and maintain those property values. I think that you have that standard for HOAs when people enter into residential areas to have a very welcoming landscaping, and I think in the other parts of Blue Bonnet along Highway 26 and stuff like that, those are mainly businesses, but this area along Broughton as well as Stonecrest, there is a residential element that needs to be strongly considered. We do appreciate hearing about these plans. We've really contacted to try to find out where the mausoleum or the crypts would be located, and seeing these plans tonight were the first that we had seen them. If you could find out further kind of where those crypts or those would be, are they going to be centrally located? Obviously, to our benefit, it would be to the north, but I don't know, obviously want to affect Broughton. There are our neighbors too. So if there could be some kind of indication about the height, size of these and location, that would be very, very important to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephanie Cheatham wishes to speak in opposition.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Cheatham, and I live at 1716 Gatehouse Court. And I know that a lot of progress has been made in some of our requests, such as getting the low iron fence and the row of hedges. We were very close to signing an agreement, and we've been working with Robert Reeves, and, you know, we're happy with some of the progress that was being made. Kind of at the last minute, we realized that there was the mention of above-ground crypts, and there were really no restrictions as far as size, how many, height, specifications. It was kind of just whatever, you know, a future person buying something in the cemetery would want to have. And while I understand that these crypts are expensive and they don't foresee that many of them being built, we're not comfortable signing something and supporting something not knowing specifics on this. So as John and Linda both said, I think at this point our main concern is with the potential for above ground crypts, what that would do to our home value, and if we could either increase the height of the hedges to account for that from 3 feet to more like 6 feet, or if we could restrict the number of above-ground crypts, or if we could have those moved to the other side of the mound so that you would notice that when you drive out of the neighborhood, so they wouldn't potentially be visible. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Would anyone else like to come forward to speak on this? Do we have any more cards? Public hearing's closed. At this time, I'm going to invite the applicant to come up and address as many or all or none of the concerns. It's up to you.
Is this working?
Yours is, yeah.
Okay. The landscaping that we are proposing along the eastern border, I've driven out to the streets, 2 or 3 streets in the last few days, looking at the view from the street into the cemetery. That's the whole purpose of providing the Nellie Stevens and the privet hedges. Nellie Stevens are very large, opaque shrubs. They may grow up to 15 or 20 feet tall. So the idea is to meet with the property owners and the homeowners association out on the site and decide where to plant these. Excuse me. So we're not against doing that. We wrote that into the PD, and we'll be more than happy to do that. We didn't put it on the plan because we don't know where they need to be at this time. I have a general idea of where they need to be, but we're willing to do that. On the, this is on the crypts. These are not large structures. They're above ground. They're typically very, very low. I could only find 5 of these since 1953, somewhere distributed all over the site. This is Hall Johnson looking at a Stonecrest subdivision across the street. We appreciate working with them. I'm sorry we couldn't reach an agreement on this. But they're basically, their back is turned to Hall Johnson, and these fences are 6 to 8 feet high. In my mind, the only place they could see these if they were coming out of the subdivision or driving up and down Hall Johnson, if they could see them at all. So between the retaining wall and the 3-foot high shrubs, that's 6 feet up in the air. So I don't understand, frankly. We've talked about it, what the issue is. This is the only 2-story house in their subdivision I could find that was along Hall Johnson. Everything else, the view is totally blocked by their own fence. That's it. We feel like that we've been sympathetic to the concern with the ornamental iron fence and the 3-foot high shrubs. I hope the Plan Commission will agree that we have been sympathetic. Obviously, there's disagreement on this one point. And once again, we will plant trees as the cemetery is developed out over time. So I think those are the 2 main points, the shrubs along Hall Johnson and the ornamental iron and the placement of the trees and the shrubs on the eastern property line.
Can y'all get the plan sheet pulled back up that shows that eastern property line?
Let me see. Here we go.
You want
Clicking.
the aerial photo?
Yeah, that one right, that you got on there right there.
Oh, yeah, this one, okay,
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman?
So you're talking about, can you kind of walk us through this? It's a little bit hard to see here, but there's a natural swell, there's a proposed concrete swell, and there's a whole bunch of landscaping that's gonna go in. I'm assuming to the west side of that?
Yes.
You kind of show us with the mouse where all that's gonna happen, unless there's a better exhibit to where we can kind of see that and start to address some of these concerns.
Okay, I'm going to show you on this, and then I'm going to show you on a section I showed you later on. This dark area right here represents a 25-foot setback. Right now, you have a series of pine trees up and down that east property line. Yes, sir? What do you need? What do I need to do? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I apologize. So that represents a 25-foot setback. Along the property line are these pine trees that exist today that we are going to protect. Just to the left of the pine trees is this natural, and some of the pine trees are actually in this natural swell. Matter of fact, probably most of them are in the swell. So we got to clean that out without damaging the root system or damaging the trees themselves. And then to the left of the natural swell will be the concrete swell. And to answer your question, because of the slope from the cemetery down to the swell, I mean, obviously it's at the low point of the property right there. We envision the landscaping we're talking about being outside the concrete swell. Yeah, let me go. I'm going to fast forward real quick here. There. So you've got the pine trees, you got the property line, the pine trees, the existing swell in this area, and then you've got the concrete swell. Now this is just schematic in this area. So because of the slope down to the swells, we envision the landscaping to occur outside the concrete swell. And at a point, and we don't know specifically, we have some good ideas on where they need to be planted in some of these open areas. I went out the other day and looked down one of the streets that was mentioned here, and because we had to trim up the branches at the request of one of the homeowners that were dead, pine trees, the lower branches died. We trimmed them up, we cleaned out some underbrush. You can see in the cemetery, I mean, nobody's disputing that. And that's a perfect candidate, what the gentleman brought up when those occur. So we intend to just meet them out on the site and say, here's where they're gonna be. We can stake them off, whatever we need to do to plant this. Does that answer your question?
It does, and that language is in the SUP.
The number,
No.
yeah, there shall be a minimum, I think it was 25 of the Nellie R. Stevens, and then 55 of the Texas Privet.
And those were minimums.
Yeah.
Right.
So how did you arrive at those numbers?
These were taken from the statement of planning objectives that the applicant provided.
That the applicant
They're on the
provided?
master plan. I know it's hard to see, but the master plan, they're very specific.
Yeah,
Minimum numbers.
okay. Well, I noticed, when you were speaking, you were talking about, once all this, you get the swells all in place and everything, that you were gonna discuss with the neighbors about where the trees and shrubs should go. Is that what I understood you to say?
I think what needs to be happened before we start on the site, before we start building something new, that we go out and meet with the neighbors and just kind of stake it off, because it's hard enough to visualize kind of what I'm up here talking about, and stake off strategically where the new landscaping should occur, and so people can see it, that live there next to it, so the homeowners association see it. I think we ought to do that before we start pouring concrete.
Okay, but the landscaping still would be on your property?
Oh,
Are the pine trees on the homeowner's property, or are they on your property?
They're all on our property except two that I counted.
Okay,
So,
because
we have a lot of trees on our property.
yeah, Mr. Tejada was concerned about the view that he has and the lack of privacy. And I know, I spent a good bit of time out there looking around last year.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that there were some kind of bare areas, but because of the undergrowth, just the brush and stuff that had grown up in the swell, they had a certain amount of privacy. But if that's all cleaned up, and, you know, that definitely needed to be done, it did need to be cleaned up. But I guess if there's, not just Mr. Tejada, and I don't know him, by the way. I just listened to what he had to say. But it seems to me like he has a particular problem with drainage. And so that's going to be given consideration when the swell's built?
The swells over the years have filled up, the natural swell. That's a problem. That's gonna get cleaned out, and it'll probably affect some underbrush. I can't tell you, that it won't affect some, it already has some. That's why we need to go out and meet with the homeowners and talk about where they're gonna be, the concrete swell, and where the new landscaping will be on the site, and just stake it out, mark it.
Well, I was just gonna, so we're gonna hope that you all agree on where that needs to be.
Well, I guess you could put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, because we don't have any way of knowing right now, so
And
I'm just concerned about protecting the homeowners.
Absolutely. We gotta be neighbors.
And I can see that you've worked hard on this. I appreciate what you've done too, but I just am real concerned about that visual impact on them and their privacy. That's the only thing that,
It's clearly our intent to work with them. It's on our master plan. And even there's a note that says we will meet, and the note says we'll meet with the homeowners association, determine where these ought to be. That includes the adjacent homeowners themselves, where the landscaping.
not just the association, but the individual homeowners.
Absolutely.
Okay.
When we started this process, we worked with the homeowners association, and I sent out letters and invitations to the adjacent homeowners. So there were those two groups we needed to meet with, besides Stonecrest.
Thank you.
I would just say, if memory serves, a large contributing factor to those swells filling up was, again, if memory serves, correct me if I'm wrong, but that area used to be where the spoils was stored, and then all that dirt would just run into that channel and in the pond, and that's no longer the case. It's been all removed from there, and it's all been planted with.
Not only that, there was just dirt. I mean, we've seeded that. There's grass there holding the soil, and plus the spoils are gone.
Okay, so another question I had is, because, excuse my cemetery ignorance, which probably is a good thing as I'm thinking about that, but the difference between a crypt and a mausoleum and what this allows Bluebonnet to build, we're talking about individual crypts, or that, like, explain the difference between a crypt and a mausoleum, and what, what's on Hall Johnson, where there you have multiple, and is that even being considered at all for this area, that type of building?
When a crypt, what I identified with the Stonecrest folks, these are small enclosures. They may have a couple of grave sites in them. They may have, 4 or 5 sort of cremated bases. I don't know what else to call them. They're not mausoleums. Mausoleums are large structures. I counted 5 crypts on the site. It's been there since 1953, 67 years, something like that. Most of the 3 of the 5 were just small enclosed grave sites above ground. The other 2 were a little larger structures, maybe 6 or 7 feet high, probably 7 feet high. And that's all that's been there since 1953. Frankly, one of our biggest concerns is we don't know what the needs are of our future clients, or the desires. I can only tell you, we don't know how big, where they should be, and we need the flexibility to meet, the needs of the client. Obviously, this is a very emotional issue when a loved one dies, and That's one of our biggest concerns. We just don't know where they're gonna be. But I know a mausoleum is a structure with doors and stuff that you walk into.
But would that give them the ability, if they chose to build a mausoleum with this approval, would that give them the ability to do that without any additional SUP?
The SUP is for cemeteries or mausoleums. You can restrict it for the cemetery use only. Bluebonnet Hills does have a mausoleum. It's up against State Highway 26 or Colleyville Boulevard, a large structure. I believe, I can't remember the year, around 2010, they went through the zoning and SUP in order to expand the existing mausoleum. And so if you were concerned about the mausoleum part of it, you could limit it to just cemetery only.
And require, if there was a need to build a mausoleum, to come back with another SUP to do that?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
I will say this, I'm looking at the master plan, which may be hard for you to read. I can hardly read it. It talks about the upper right corner. It talks about garden walks, shade trellises, monuments, which would be monument stones, benches, and above-ground crypts in writing. It doesn't mention mausoleums.
But it sounds like it is written up in the, to include mausoleums.
Can we get an opinion from I believe the owners are here, or if you're speaking on behalf of them? Do you have an opinion on if we were to strike the mausoleums from this section?
I think I just want to make sure that everybody understands the difference between, there's a garden mausoleum, a chapel mausoleum. The one that you're looking at on Colleyville Boulevard, that's considered a garden and chapel mausoleum, but it's open, so we would consider it a garden. That's a community mausoleum. It's designed for multiple entombments and urnments, so that the whole purpose of that is obviously to use a small portion of land that we can build up and be able to do the entombments. The crypts that Robert's talking about, some families come in, and that's what I want to make sure that we're protecting that the most, is if you look at history, I came into DFW 5 years ago, and just as a point of reference, the cremation rate in Dallas-Fort Worth was about 30% when I got here. It's 40%, 45%, depending on where you're at today. So the needs of the consumers change, and we have to be flexible to that. So any type of restriction it certainly warrants concern on our part, but obviously we want to work with the neighbors as well. To the crypt part that he's speaking of, generally if a family wants to come in, they'll select a private estate area and they'll want to put, we call them private mausoleums. So in that case, they can be anywhere from one crypt where one set of casketed remains can go in. If you can just picture something 3 feet tall by 8 feet long, it can be 6 foot wide by 8 feet long, where that's where 2 people go in. But we also, if somebody comes in and says, I want a walk-in mausoleum, I want my whole family to be together, we're working with a family like that in another cemetery, well, that's important to them. They have the means to do so. We don't want to restrict that to somebody. We think that that's very important for that particular family. That said, those don't happen every day. I mean, the norm are burials, which is the vast majority of what that master plan is showing. The norm is also our community mausoleum. The norm is lawn crypts, where we have pre-installed crypts underground. We just want to make sure that we have the ability to serve the needs of the consumers. And this is outside of my career. I mean, 50 years from now, 20 years from now, and to be honest, 5 years from now, Colleyville is going to be different, and the needs of the consumers are going to need to be handled. I can't predict what that is, so I would really be nervous about restricting any type of above ground. But I will say we have zero plans on building a mausoleum in that area today, but I can't tell you what's going to happen 20, 30 years from now. And I would really be remorseful if that's what's restricted upon. And to the point, I think when it comes to, I think you had the concern, ma'am, when it comes to the neighbors, and I know there's no way it's not in writing, it is on public record just due from speaking, but just as Mr. Tejada had spoken, I was one of the people that met with him, John Hoffman, the general manager. We met with Mindy, and obviously, the HOA is important to us, but to be quite frank, the immediate neighbors are more important to us because those are the ones that are impacted directly. So as it relates to what landscaping plan we're gonna do, what we would probably have is like a town hall type event inside the location, but to be I mean, the HOA is welcome, but our immediate needs are the residents that are bordering our property, and we would come in, I mean, if the way it was, and we were a part of cleaning that shrubbery out, yes, it looks completely different today because we took ownership of the property 5.5 years ago, and the cleanup should have happened 20 years ago. So it's definitely shocking to see the difference the way it is today. And if you are a neighbor right there, it's a valid concern, and any plantings that we're gonna put on there, he stated minimums, we are not gonna, it doesn't benefit us as neighbors because they're going to complain to other neighbors and the community and Facebook pages and things like that, that we are bad neighbors. Well, that's not good for business either. And I think in the grand scheme of things, if you look at the beauty of the cemetery, I think we're really good neighbors, especially a lot better neighbors than our previous ownership of the cemetery. I would hope that the vast majority of folks would say that.
Thank you.
I hope that clarified a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate that.
I have a question for staff. When this was first presented, it was zoning case 20-001 and zoning case 20-002. What's the 002 part of this?
That's the special use permit.
Okay.
So the first item is the rezoning from Ag to CC1, and then the second was the SUP.
Okay, thank you.
I want to address this. I just got another speaker card here. Can we speak in response to their comments? This is from some of the citizens, and I'm sorry, but no, the public hearing is over on this. The good news is, pass, fail, this will end up in front of city council, and you will have a chance to speak at that point. And prior to that, I would hope you can work with the owners, the cemetery, and the developers on that issue, but we can't be opening and closing the public hearing all night. I appreciate you asking, though. Thank you. Any further comment, questions, discussion?
No, I think the only, and again, not to be overly picky about this, but I do think that, there may want to consider that any mausoleum over a certain size does have to come back for an additional SUP. So it's not like another large building that's currently on Colleyville Boulevard can just automatically be built without at least some review. I don't know if anybody else feels that way or not. But I think the rest of it, you guys have done a really good job of working with the neighbors, and I can't recall if I was on planning and zoning or I just happened to be at this meeting, but I remember when this came up, and you've done a lot of work to work with people and make it I think a good scenario for all. So I'm in favor of approving it, but I do have that one hesitation.
And I share that with you. I think that it would be reasonable for us to put something in this that says within, nothing over 6 feet within 150 foot of Hall Johnson Road or something like that, where it was, something reasonable, not trying to overrun the whole thing, but just, I drive by this cemetery legitimately 2-3 times a day. I never think about it, nor do I want to think about it, to be honest with you, too much. But if there was a building that was 6 foot tall that was 10 foot off of Hall Johnson, I'm going to be seeing that and thinking about it every day, and I think most of the citizens would share that. So I think we could probably come up with a reasonable number of feet back from Hall Johnson, where if it was 150 feet back, we kind of blend. Would y'all be comfortable with something like that?
I think I either that, either way, but I do think something should be added in, whether it is a setback for that potential type of building, or just saying if it is to be built, it would have to have it as another SUP. I don't really care either way. I don't have an opinion, but I like one of those two things.
Would y'all be comfortable with nothing over 6 foot tall within 150 feet of the road to be added to this? Go ahead. Yeah. Mhm.
Yes, sir. I think that's reasonable. In fact, when we started all this, what we were building there was a lot garden. So the first, and I don't have the specific dimensions of what that garden was, but you can see. So this sidewalk right here, and I don't have Google Earth, but that's designed as a sidewalk. And that, if you saw the master plan, it kind of goes like this in the road. We were just doing a cul-de-sac right here because this is, you know, you just do it in sections. But the road was gonna go like this, come out, you know, kind of comes, it'll have to come out like that, or like this, I believe. But this is easily 100 foot. This right here, sidewalk, is easily 100 foot, and this is the first section that we were doing. You can see kind of how this grass line is different color, because that's what we were working on. That was all what we call lot gardens, so typical grave spaces, no different than what you see here. Now, they were gonna have monument privileges, and what that means is you can put a flush memorial on the ground, or you can put a memorial that's the standard, you know, it's a few feet tall, but the general consensus, these are lot spaces, people buried in the ground, nothing up. And they aren't designed for private estate areas or anything. That's not designed that way. So to your point, that's 100 foot, and that can go all the way back without a problem.
So we could add that.
Yes, sir.
in.
That's reasonable.
Great.
Is there a setback for the grave sites from the road?
We do not have a requirement, and the applicant has not proposed a setback either. But we do not have a requirement, being that they are not structures, and so they would not meet typical building setbacks. They're not buildings, I should say.
So they could actually put grave sites right up to the property line?
Feasibly, yes.
Okay.
But going back to if we were to put some type of, and I want to make sure I'm using the correct wording here, but if we were to put some type of additional language that said no crypt or mausoleum would be built between Hall Johnson and the internal new road that you're building, again, I don't know exactly the right way to verbalize that, but you'd be fine with that.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
And just so I'm clear in understanding, that road is gonna go, you see how this road here?
Yes.
That road cuts in right here. And I can go back to, there you go.
Yeah.
So the area that we were talking about where it has a sidewalk, if you can picture, it's about right here. So this is approximately 100 foot. Those would be all lot burials. I would hope that you wouldn't restrict us for any type of, because that's future, and to be honest, I mean, and to your point, ma'am, there's usually about a 5 foot easement. There's a sidewalk, we have that landscape wall, the fence, the shrubs. So the shrubs itself will be 2 to 3 foot wide. And typically there's, you know, anywhere from 2 to 5 foot for irrigation, lineage, those are easements for us. So I don't have the information in front of me, but it's easily gonna be 10, 12 foot off of Hall
Okay.
Johnson.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So can I ask you, how would you word, because again, how would you word that if you were me making that motion? I'm just curious, because you would say,
I would say no private mausoleum or community mausoleum,
Okay.
100 foot in, or you can put a height restriction on it if you want. Any private mausoleum higher than 6 feet can't, something along those lines. I don't want to make the decisions for you.
no, I just didn't know
No,
like
but
the
I don't
right word
wanna-
to say, you know, because I wanted to be official, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Height. Is that what we're gonna go with here? I would make the
Well,
motion.
I had heard that no mausoleum or crypt
Okay.
could be built within 100, and a headstone
Yeah.
could potentially be built there, but I mean,
Yeah,
ask them to come back.
I think that sounds good.
Yeah.
With that being said, I think I'm ready to ask for a motion.
So if, a motion would be for both cases at the same time?
Both cases at the same time with additional
Yeah.
notes regarded in the SUP.
All right, I'll give it a shot. So I make a motion that we pass zoning case 20-001, zoning case -20-002, with the stipulation that no private mausoleum or larger type mausoleum or crypt be built within 100 feet of Hall Johnson Road.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Commissioner Bond? All right, we'll take the vote now. Commissioner Moore, aye. Commissioner Syed?
Aye.
Commissioner Cook?
Aye.
Commissioner Bevel?
Aye.
Commissioner Bond?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 as noted. Next case. The next case was tabled from our January the 13th, 2020 Planning and Zoning Commission. Consideration of a request for a special use permit for an accessory building to exceed 4% lot coverage allowance and for an accessory dwelling on Lot 1, Block 2, G and R addition, located at 2313 Hall Johnson Road, case ZC19-023. Requesting staff to present.
Because this was tabled at our last meeting, if we could get it, have a motion to remove it from the table and then a vote.
Can I get a motion?
I make a motion to remove case CC 19-023 from the table.
Second.
I'll second.
And we'll vote on that now. Commissioner Moore, aye. Syed?
Aye.
Cook?
Aye.
Bevel?
Aye.
Bond?
Aye.
All right, thank you. So this is a consideration for a request for a special use permit for an accessory building to exceed the 4% lot coverage allowance, as well as for an accessory dwelling at 2313 Hall Johnson Road. Here's an aerial photo of the site. It's on the south side. It is currently zoned R20, single-family residential district, and it is designated for commercial use on the future land use map. But there is an existing home on the property. The impetus for this request is early last year, a permit was issued for construction of a new primary structure at the rear of the property. This was to essentially replace the existing house that exists at the front of the property. The house was to be converted to an accessory building. So as part of the permit, the new structure included everything needed to qualify as a dwelling. So it does have a place to sleep as well as a kitchen area and a restroom. And these are the regulations associated with our accessory building regulations. So as this was under construction, what was going to happen is that the new building was going to be the primary structure, and the house was going to be converted to an accessory building. In order for that to happen, they were going to remove the stove and the oven. Otherwise, it would be considered a dwelling as well, and we cannot have two dwellings on the property without special approval. And the way that the interpretation of the ordinances at this time was that any accessory building is not deemed an accessory dwelling if it does not meet all the components of a dwelling, which by definition included a place to sleep, place for restroom facilities, and then a full kitchen in order to prepare food. And so they were intending to remove the stove and the oven. However, midway through the construction, the interpretation was revised and modified under direction of City Manager's Office, which included the act of dwelling in accessory buildings. which would then also require special approval. The intent was to, let me back up. There is a tenant at this that currently is living in the existing house, and they were intending to remain. With that, the applicant was not able to receive a final approval and certificate of occupancy for the new structure, being that the tenant would be occupying the accessory building. And so that actually changed the perception on this in order to maintain the existing house as the primary structure. Therefore, the new building was exceeding the allowance for the 4% for accessory buildings, and it also includes that accessory dwelling area, which then also requires the accessory dwelling special approval. Anyway, I think with the exhibits, it will help explain it as well. So there is a request for an accessory dwelling in addition to exceeding the 4% allowance. The lot itself is just over 40,000 square feet. With the R20 district, it does allow for 25% lot coverage, which would be 10,454 square feet. And the 4%, which is allowed for accessory buildings, is 1,672 square feet. So the existing house is 820 square feet. That remaining as the primary structure, the new building is the accessory building, which is 4,000 square feet, which is 9.6%. So it does exceed more than double the allowance by right, as can be approved by staff. But together, that's 4,820 square feet, which for the lot coverage equals to 11.5%. So it's well under the maximum allowance for the site itself. And then, as I stated, there's a small accessory dwelling within that structure of approximately 350 square feet for the size. This was the site exhibit as part of the permit process. The new structure does meet all primary setback requirements for the R20 district. Again, with the broadening of the interpretation for accessory dwellings, this now is considered the accessory building, and it is to the rear of the property. This again is the footprint as part of the building permit that was issued for the property, and the small accessory dwelling area or the living area that is located within this structure. That is approximately 350 square feet. Here's some photos of the site. This is looking south from Hall Johnson Road. This is the existing house at the front of the property. And then this is going towards the rear on that western side, and that is the new structure, the new accessory building. And then the dwelling is located in this picture on the left-hand side of the facility. Just a couple other perspectives. The left picture is taken from a nearby street, Amador. And the right picture is just looking from the left-hand side of the house back towards the new structure. So a special use permit is required for any new accessory building that does not meet the criteria for accessory building requirements. So again, the request is to exceed the 4% lot coverage for the new accessory building. And again, for the accessory dwelling component, it does also require the approval of a special use permit. We did send our notices to surrounding property owners, and we did receive one letter late last week. We provided it in front of you today, and no other responses for this item. And staff, we've not made a recommendation, but we've identified the request to exceed the 4% allowance as well as for the accessory dwelling. And with that, I can try and answer any questions.
Can you repeat what you just said? Just only the last part. The staff recommendation.
So we've not provided a recommendation. If you're asking for a recommendation, I can provide that to you. Looks like you are. Based on the current regulations and the interpretation for what constitutes an accessory dwelling, we would recommend denial as it does not meet the current interpretation of the Land Development Code.
Thank you.
Y'all done? Okay. I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward and speak on the case at this time. If you could please state your name and address for the record, appreciate it.
My name is Randy Primrose. I live at 5506 Sycamore Drive, Colleyville, Texas. I want to thank you for taking your time tonight to meet with us, and I know this is a long and arduous process, but I appreciate everyone who's willing to do that, and thank you for your efforts. This is my father-in-law, Gary Reeder. We own the property together. I'd like to start with kind of what Ben has already spoken with, but kind of give the history of this project. We met with Ben and the planning department for probably almost a year, working through the complications of what we're now dealing with. We tried to design this property in the very back so that it would not be seen as too large. We didn't intend it to be as large as it appears to be, but it is what it is at this point. We very much believe that the tenants and the issue at hand now is the multi-tenancy and possibly an Airbnb situation, which we want to implore that we absolutely don't intend nor will, and we'll sign an affidavit stating as such that we will not allow that on this property. But we don't want to vacate the tenant who has a long-term lease on it and is a tenant that has a small child at O.C. Taylor that started at O.C. Taylor and still goes there. We really don't want to displace them. And she's pregnant with another child on the way, and they're great tenants. On top of not having a vacant property on Hall Johnson really leads itself to negative opportunities that we really don't want to happen, nor do our neighbors from the conversations that I've had. Again, we have beautified this property to the best of our ability at this point. We have completely painted it, reskinned it with all new siding and trim. We have cut down and removed overgrown shrubs and hedges and trimmed them and trimmed all the trees. We put a privacy screen fence behind the front small building, in front of the building in the rear, and have tried to beautify the project, as well as removed a lot of construction debris from, I don't know when, a bunch of reinforced concrete pipe and tires and other types of stuff that have accumulated over the years. During the process of the planning stage, we talked about its compatibility of the building in the rear, being there's a metal building directly behind us and directly to the west of us, as well as a cell phone tower, a current construction laydown yard with lots of very tall ladders that go over the fence, with a landscaping company occupying it, gasoline pumps directly on the other side of our fence, which we don't have any problems with, but it goes to the suitability of what the property is at this point and what's back there, even though I do not think the actual conversation today is what to do with the building, but more as what do we do with the tenant and the occupancy issue, which is really, I think, the main point at hand. As been stated, we met all development codes, all building codes, all setbacks, all height requirements, all requirements as the land use code had it, as well as the building inspection department. We lack all but the certificate of occupancy at this point, which we were notified at the end of the project that we were not going to receive it because of the situation at hand. So I respectfully ask for us to grandfather us at this point, given the code, or the interpretation of the code had changed halfway through construction. We really had no opportunity or choice of the matter at that point, and would like to request support in favor of our motion.
Thank you. While you're up here, this obviously is a very unique case, and understand that we've changed how we interpret things over the year. I think it might help me and the other commissioners here to kind of understand the background of it a little bit more, like what was the building built for, and kind of what the plan was going into that, to understand kind of what we're looking at a little bit better.
So the building, the intent of the building is, obviously, it meets the dwelling and residential requirements, but it has a very oversized garage, which we have brought pictures to show you. We've done, the oversized garage component of the structure is to house antique cars, which we both collect. And so really, there is no opportunity for anyone to come in there and Airbnb it. It really behoove us to let people in there with nice cars as such that we have. So the intent was really to house our antique cars, not to have another residential opportunity for Airbnb. Happy to show you pictures of the quality and the finish that we've done. I brought them today, as well as pictures of the cars if you would like to see them.
Sure.
Had it occurred to you at that time to have a tenant in that area?
No, not in that building. The rear building, no, never to have a tenant.
But you have one?
No, only in the front house,
Oh, okay.
the 800 square foot house. They've been there for years.
Okay.
Yeah, you can put any pictures you have to show on the screen there.
Oh, okay.
Other way.
This is the mezzanine portion above where we access the mechanical units. This is the kitchen. This is the portion inside the garage. This is a 61 Impala.
My boyfriend.
What is this one?
1965 Corvette Stingray.
This is my 59 Chevy pickup. '72.
1972 Chevette.
Thank you, we appreciate that. That helps us to kind of understand what's going on here.
And then I brought a couple pictures of before. Although it's very hard to see, very overgrown, gravel road. This is what is immediately adjacent out our window. For compatibility.
So what in the back building, the dwelling component, what is in there? Just a kitchen and a bathroom?
Kitchen, a bathroom, and a space to sleep if you wanted to.
When you say space, what do you mean?
A bedroom.
Oh, bedroom.
Yeah.
And y'all's original intent was to put that in there?
No,
No.
we had to do that in order to satisfy the residential code.
Okay, I see. All right, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to open the public hearing. First speaker card I had is for Andrew Phelan, who wishes to speak in opposition.
Hello. My name is Andrew Phelan. My wife and I live directly to the north of this property in the Highland Meadows neighborhood. Members of my family have lived in that area for 30 years. The home that my wife and I live in now has been owned in the family for 27 years. Very familiar with the area, and we moved back to this area from out of counties in the Houston area for the safety, security, better quality of life, and the thought that our investment here would be protected by zoning, unlike it is in the counties. We came home from work one day to see outside the back of our home this monster building. Like most of the homes here, were floor-to-ceiling glass windows across the entire back of the house, 4 major rooms in the home. Now stare at what appears to be a commercial building that is a residence because they've built out a 300-something square foot refrigerator, kitchen, and maybe a spot for a bunk bed. Some of my concerns here are that it's an accessory building that was clearly built as a garage. They've stated their intent was to build it as a garage. But by making it residential and putting this small 300 square foot space in it, they've been allowed to bypass a lot of the regulations around accessory buildings. I would argue that the 4% rule, which I believe would allow around a 1,600 square foot building on their property, is not the only regulation that's been broken. My understanding is accessory buildings have height restrictions with relative to how close they are to property lines. In section 3.27, it requires if you go 5 feet from a property line, 8 feet up, and then a 45-degree angle, you can't hit the top of the building. My math says, I believe their building is 10 feet from the adjacent property. My math says that that would allow a 13-foot high building. They clearly exceed it. I don't know the height. I would expect it to be in the high 20 feet range. It wasn't on the plans that were provided to homeowners in the neighboring areas. And then also, like they've mentioned, there's a long-term renter in the front of the property. They plan to occupy the rear property, the owner does, which my understanding of the way that it is zoned R20, single-family residential, is that you are not allowed to rent any accessory dwelling on the property. And I believe that there's specific zoning for this. I don't know if we have any here in Colleyville, but for multifamily, if you are going to have multiple families live on the same property, live or occupy. I was told by the city that the owner would originally be tearing down the home. I might have misunderstood that based off these recent conversations, that maybe they were just going to remove some pieces of the home in front to allow it to qualify. I'll let others speak, and it's potentially hearsay, but I'm interested in the owner of the property on whether their intent is to actually build a bigger home on the property at some point, which I would think would further the case that this building should not have been permitted as residential, but should have been permitted as a residential dwelling, but should have been permitted as an accessory dwelling. So I would ask the following questions. Is it typical of a property or of a building to be permitted as residential and then changed to an accessory dwelling so that it can exceed the limits of accessory dwellings within the city? I would also wonder if my calculation is correct on that an accessory dwelling can't exceed 13 feet, being 10 feet from the property line, being that surrounding neighbors were not notified of that violation as well as the 4% violation. If we would have to re-notify and allow people to speak on that fact, and then if it's allowed that multiple families live on the property in a single-family residential district, if that would also need to notify the neighbors in the surrounding area. Thank you for
Appreciate
the
it.
time.
I have a card for Colt Cantrell, who does not wish to speak, but wishes to voice his support. Understood.
You want a Ricola? All right.
We do have a letter of support from Mr. Cantrell here in y'all's packets. Thank you. Roger Isbell wishes to speak in opposition.
And actually, that opposition was my misunderstanding and not sure what the special use permit was. So I'd actually checked to change that to in support of the project. I was concerned that special use permit was going to allow for some type of commercial activity.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my name's Roger Isbell. I reside at 5701 Sycamore Drive. So if you're looking at the aerial, it's my property. It's almost center point on Sycamore. And so I'm looking out my back window towards this property. But there's already an accessory building between this new one. Now, this one is larger than the existing one. But my initial concern was around what the purpose of or what the definition of special use permit. I would say I'm in support of it at this point from an area of practicality. The property was built. The property was built under the guidance and the direction given to the owner at the time, under their interpretations of the rules. They met the specifications as they stated. Their intent was not to put any type of residential facilities in the property, but were told that was necessary to meet. And now with the change, it's an area of practicality. If the remedy to that is to vacate the tenants at the front, then we take away what may be some considered a residential buffer to Hall Johnson. And if they either leaves that as a vacant building, which has no value and will not necessarily enhance the value of my property, if they go to take that down, then we're going to be looking at what's clearly, as the gentleman I think correctly stated, it does look like a commercial structure. So I think at this point, if we were doing this 18 months ago before construction, then we could probably have the conversation, but I think you have to look at it from a practicality of a remedy. I'm not looking for them to have to completely vacate their investment in the property. From my perspective, and it is somewhat selfish from my perspective, it further prevents a property coming on that would oversee and look into my back. Right now I don't want to call it a natural buffer, it's an unnatural buffer, but because of where the house is situated that sits directly behind me, the accessory building, now his accessory building, a residential property building right up against my fence line with line of sight into my backyard is very limited. So that's a benefit to me. So again, I'm standing here in support of the property from standpoint of practicality of where we are, however we got here, to what is the remedy to the situation. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it. Next card is John J. wishes to speak in opposition.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is John Jay. I live at 2309 Hall Johnson. On the schematic, just to the west of the new structure. Like the previous gentleman, I'm a little bit on the fence about this. It's been built. I think this was a huge foul up on the part of the city and also of the owners of the property. The day the steel girders went up, I called the city inspector and said, you need to come out and measure this and look at this because this is not what's on the plans that were mailed out to me. He said, it's not my obligation. It can only be if it's a certain height or whatever, then we don't worry about it. So, number one, the city was notified that this structure was going up, was way oversized, and nothing was done about it. Number two, I was also told, I don't know how they permitted, yes, there's a renter up front, but I was told if you build a giant structure like this, it has to be a family member. It's not somebody that can be, you're not supposed to be a rental property, you're supposed to be a family member. So I assume that this was relatives of theirs that are living up there. I lived there for almost 7 years. Those people lived there about 2 years that rent that house currently. Previous people have moved out and left. and it was vacant for about a year or so, I think, or 6 months. So, also, these photos do not capture what this building really is. You have to walk out there and look. I would suggest before you make a decision, you walk out there and go look and see how these buildings are. My metal building is probably 15, 18 feet tall, and this thing is probably well over 30 feet tall. It's close to as high as a 2.5-story house, or if not higher. And it's a nice building. I'm not saying anything about that. And for me, it hurts my property value a little bit because I used to be able to look out, look at the stars, looking away. Now I got the building kind of in the way, but you know, it is what it is. He has made improvements around the fence and things like that. That's been good. But I think this is just, and as I talked to the owner previously, even in the plans that were mailed out, even what he wanted was not this building. Somehow the building got to be 1.5 times larger, it seems like to me, than what was originally planned. I don't know how that happened, how that's let to happen when the city's not going to come out and police it, then who is? You know, what's the deal? And the other thing is, how can a building of this size be allowed to be built on a 1-acre lot? This building should be built on something that's like 2 or 3 acres. You can't have in a dense residential area, if they're all 1 or 2 acre home sites and they're all scattered around, you cannot have a building of this size in a dense residential neighborhood. That's why I just can't figure out how this has gotten this far. It should have been scaled back or been more appropriately done from the beginning, and it wasn't. And so I think there's a lot of fault here go around, and I don't know what else to be done with it now.
Thank you. Robert Bill wishes to speak in support. Oh, sorry about that. Anthony Rowland wishes to not speak, but voice his opposition.
What's the address?
Okay, at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing if there's no more cards, no more speakers. And I'm going to invite the applicant to come up and address any of the concerns that have been raised.
I'm going to try my best to put those into concise concerns that I think I heard, and I'm happy to, if you heard more, please remind me, and I'm happy to address any concerns. I think one of the main concerns I heard was that the building doesn't meet residential codes, which we can speak to Ben. The buildings were built per plan that were approved by the city, stamped, reviewed for 3-4 months, went through all the city departments, Public Works, building inspection. Am I missing any? No. So they were fully reviewed, stamped, approved. Had the conversation about the front house, how if we remove the oven, stove, then it would be qualify as an accessory building. That is no longer the case, as halfway through construction. So one, we did meet all the residential codes per the plans. I think you guys have copies of them. We did not deviate from those plans as the inspector came out and has approved everything but our final occupancy. I believe there was a concern about multifamily tenancy. Again, I'm happy to address that as in explicit detail as I can. We're happy to state affidavits saying that you may revoke our CO if we occupy that rear building in any form or shape outside of an Airbnb or a rental or anything outside of us being in there. In fact, we won't even sleep there if you don't want us to. Happy to remove the oven if that's a hang up as well. Happy to have a concession, however that looks like to you guys, but we are not going to multi-tenant this property. I believe there was a question about a family member. I don't think that qualifies for the accessory dwelling or accessory building in this case.
If the accessory dwelling part is approved, then it can only be occupied by family members
Okay.
or servant on the
Okay,
property.
which would be us. Okay. I believe there were other concerns about the size, the shape, features of the building, not necessarily whether we remove the tenant and displace them to obtain the CO, which we've been told is the primary concern of the cities at this point. The rest of these concerns, I'm happy to address in whatever way I can. It's just, we submitted plans, we went through the process. It's per R20 zoning. It met all the requirements. It did not need to be sent out in a notice because it's a building permit, and I feel we did everything by the city's regulations and received the permit and have built it per the plans and have had it inspected per the plans. The rest of the concerns, I think, were outside of the scope of what the special use permit that we're talking about currently, but again, I'm happy to address.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Again, I'm Gary Reeder, 4603 Meandering Way. One of the gentlemen that brought up one of the issues with the property was that it's created maybe it's devaluing his home. He said he had lived there for a length of time. If on that property, it was full of weeds, you couldn't see the back, it had chain link fences. It was a eyesore when we took over and we started redoing that lot. So if anything, everything we should have done should have improved people's property values as a result of what we've done on this property. And so I just wanted to state that in a sense that it is something that we feel like we've done right by the community, not something deceptive and something that would create an issue with my neighbor in that neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
While you're still there, could I go ahead and ask a question?
Go ahead.
One of the speakers, and I'm sorry, I don't have the name of the speaker, who mentioned that perhaps the original plans were altered in some way throughout the process to come to this extraordinarily large structure. Now, and we don't have those original plans. We don't have access to that at the moment. So I'm wondering what kinds of changes were made.
And
Is this
these are the plans that were part of the permit that was issued, so.
This is what was approved, but I'm wondering,
Yes.
if these were altered from, like, you come in, you bring this, and then you go back and you say, oh, I think I'll do this. So then you come back and you keep seeking that, So I'm wondering I know this is the one that was approved, but I guess I'm asking the gentleman, were there changes to your original request?
No, ma'am, we did not deviate from the permitted, We did not deviate from the permitted set of plans. The metal structure is, instead of a wood structure, it's a metal frame structure. They provided the set of plans that they built. I submitted them as part of our permitted set of plans that were approved and issued the contract for them to build it exactly per those plans. I didn't deviate in any way. In fact, I couldn't modify it from the structure that was approved because it's a packaged steel. It's not like a wood structure where I could kind of modify it in the field. I couldn't modify it once I purchased it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. Primrose, how tall is the structure?
25 feet.
It is 20, okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So let's talk about what we're here to do tonight. No, you'll get a, there will be another public hearing on this when it goes to city council. Thank you. You're right, so go ahead. State your name and address for the record.
John J. 2309 Hall Johnson Road. I was the one who brought up about the change in in the size. That was straight from him. He came over to my house to talk about the building. He said this building came out to be much larger than what he thought it was going to be. It was not what he originally had planned on. That was straight from his words to me in my house. So, thank you.
Thank you.
The design was 25 feet. What I told him was I didn't realize how large 25 feet would be. That was what the conversation was. Not that I changed or modified or deviated. It just looks a lot taller than you think 25 feet is, because a lot of houses are 30 feet, but they don't look it the same as this one does. So that was my explanation to him.
Okay. Thank you. The public hearing is closed. Okay, so we're here tonight to discuss a special use permit for an accessory building to exceed 4%. So what we're here to talk about is the back building is what it is. That is now the permanent structure there. The front home is what's now been called into question. And due to, the fact that we changed the way we view the regulation over the year from a noun to a verb to dwelling, as well as the original intent of the property, from what I hear, was to remove the oven and the stove from the front building, but keep the tenants in it, which I don't know who would want to do that anyways, but nonetheless, depending on how we see this tonight and move this forward to council, we're looking at, if we approve, they can keep the tenants in the front building. If we don't approve it, they can't stay in the front building unless, well, really they can't stay in there because we changed the way we look at it now with the oven, correct?
Well, you would have to approve an accessory dwelling for that structure.
And approve or deny, or however it goes, it still goes to council. So with that being said, I wanted to get us on that page so we're not talking in circles about stuff we're not here to approve tonight. So I'll open it up for conversation. And I'll open that conversation. This is a very unique thing for everybody that's listening. The city works very hard to preserve our community and make sure that we're doing the right thing. And there's been a lot of work this year to control accessory buildings and the use of them, and to streamline it where we're not here till midnight every other Monday night looking at someone's pool house. That's what we're trying to do here. This right here is a unique situation where I honestly drove by it and go, wow, I can't believe I didn't see that at P&Z. That's a big building. But now that I understand the full story of it, they were working hand in hand with the city and to get permits and to build it, and they were meeting and on the same page. And then over the course of a year, we change how we view things, and lands them here tonight. So with that being said, I'll open it up for comment from there.
I have one more question. The building was in progress when the code was corrected. Is that?
That's right.
Okay, so it was partially built. And was the applicant aware of those changes at that time?
He was made aware of the changes when they occurred.
So how did we get here? I mean, that's, at the end of the day, how did we get here where this happened?
So when the changes, I guess, yes, that's a
Okay.
good question.
Yeah, so the applicant had a desire for a large garage from the get-go. And so when he first came in and talked to us, it was too large, and so we said, no, that's not going to work. We had conversations about the codes and definitions, and he came forward with a proposal for a primary structure, what it would take for that to be considered the primary structure, and that's where removal of the stove and the oven from the front house would then deem it not a dwelling anymore, per the code, as I was interpreting it. Dwelling is a building designed and used exclusively for residential occupancy. And a dwelling unit says it's a room, suite, or set of rooms occupied for occupancy and must have a sleeping, kitchen, and bathroom facilities. And so by taking out the stove and the oven, it no longer meets that definition for a dwelling unit. So that means the larger structure would become the primary structure, primary dwelling. Again, this property has R20 single-family residential zoning, which allows for single-family use on the property. There was no intent to occupy this new structure, but they would remain occupying the existing house. So it was still complying with the single-family use for the property. And so it was permitted as a primary structure, it meets the setbacks, and the existing structure with removal of the stove and the oven would not be a dwelling unit, as I was interpreting it previous. And so that's how the permit was issued. They began construction, and then the definition for dwelling then was broadened to include the active dwelling. And so as we got to the end of this, we talked with the applicant, basically stated no one could be dwelling in the front structure based on the active dwelling. Therefore, in order to get the final approval and certificate of occupancy of the new structure, the tenants would have to vacate the house in front.
Okay, so one more question. So is the tenant now living in a home with no cooking facilities?
No, so they had not removed the stove and the oven. We hadn't got to that point yet, so that still has the stove and the oven, and we're waiting decisions on these actions.
So again, this is really one of those situations that at the end of the day, there's no good solution, the way I see it. Because, and tell me if I'm wrong, we really have two options at this point because of the way things transpired and what the rules were at one point, what we're going to, and we even have recommended additional rules around accessory buildings that aren't even part of our code yet, but that we hope to be soon. So, if I'm thinking of this right, our two options are allow the back building to become an accessory building, accessory dwelling, and allow the front building to be the primary residence, or not allow that, make the tenant move out, and then we have a accessory building that's just vacant, which is really a home, but now we're calling it an accessory building, sitting at the front of the property. Empty. Those really are our only two options at this point. Am I wrong or right?
Correct, at this point, yes.
So lesser of two evils to me is, because one of the changes we're making, or we were proposed to make, which I think City Council will be voting on, is to not allow accessory buildings in front of your primary residence in the future. So that's what this would become. It would become a big accessory building in front of the primary residence where we're trying to remove that ability in the future. And the City Council will be voting on that. We've already, I think, approved it and sent it forward to them, right? So, I don't, it's really a challenging situation. It's one that frankly, wouldn't happen today, but I don't think having an empty accessory building in the front of the property along Hall Johnson makes sense either. So I'm inclined to allow a person to, I'm inclined to allow it, given the situation we're in. I mean, I don't know of a better solution.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, my real problem is this. I feel so strongly about this case exceeding the 4% allowable lot area. The 4%. We're talking about 7%. And I guess what I'm thinking is, if you make an exception for one case, then you're making an exception for future cases. So it's just a precedent, and I understand where the horse is already out of the barn. I understand that.
Yeah. I share that with you, but in my opinion, in this case, we are putting things in place to correct this. This is so unique when it comes down to it, and the time frame that these two things came together in just happened to be the time frame we were getting all this straightened up. But at the end of the day, for me, I don't want an empty house sitting on Hall Johnson Road, and I don't want to displace two kids that are going to O.C. Taylor Elementary School because of the way this went down. If this was a raw piece of dirt and we're looking at renderings of a drawing, in this current situation, I'm a no. I really am. And these guys probably would have gone on down the road and found a different spot to put their barn. But instead, they're working hand in hand with the city on how to draw this up. And then we change the way we do it. And whenever you make change for good, there's always going to be somebody along the way that, gets hung up in that. So that's where I'm at on it.
All right.
Okay.
I'm in agreement, Chairman Moore. I think it's about finding a remedy at this point and moving forward.
Yeah. Any other comments? Well, with that, I'll ask for a motion then.
I'd like to motion to approve special use permit, ZC 19-023.
Can I get a second?
I will second.
All right, we'll vote now. Commissioner Moore, aye. Syed?
Nay.
Cook?
Aye.
Bevel?
No.
Bond?
Aye.
For any item to pass, it takes 4 affirmative votes. This was a 3-2 vote. The applicant still has the opportunity to appeal on to City Council, but that will trigger a supermajority vote, which would be 6 votes at the City Council.
I hope they'll do the right thing there. Next case. Consideration of a zoning change request from the PUD-C Plan Unit Development Commercial District to the PUD-C Plan Unit Development Commercial District for the Heritage Farms Edition, being lots 1 through 3, Block A, Heritage Farms, located at 913 Cheeks-Barger Road, 3808 Wayne Drive, and 3900 Bedford Court. Case ZC 19-009. This was tabled from the January 13th, 2020 Planning and Zoning Commission. If I could get somebody to motion to take it off the table.
I will motion to remove case ZC 19-009 from the table.
I'll second.
Aye.
Aye? Aye. Commissioner Cook?
Aye.
Bevel?
Aye.
Bond?
Aye.
Thank you. It's removed from the table. Staff can present.
Thank you, Commission. If it's all right with you all, I'm going to jump to the new exhibits that were sent to us. Real quick, this was the 2012 approved PUD site plan. And this is the site plan exhibit. This has not changed since you've seen it last. I'm just going to show it real fast. And then this is the project comparison matrix, has not changed, but it goes into the, showing the existing PD versus the proposed PD. The change in unit count drops. The average unit size goes up for the independent living. The number of stories and the heights of the buildings go down from 2.5 to 2, and then the parking space information. Okay, this is a new exhibit showing what it would look like from an aerial view on Wayne Drive, and you can kind of see how all the buildings are connected, creating kind of a campus situation, as well as the green area around it to the east and then the south there. That would be the detention area, which there's a couple really good exhibits coming up showing that. This is a carport view from Wayne Drive, kind of showing when you're standing there. You can see kind of off to that right side there what the carport might look like. Building elevations have not changed, still 50% masonry materials. This is new. It's the entry perspective from Wayne Drive, showing the entry feature into that main building there. This has not changed. It's the tree preservation plan. This is new. This is the drainage cross-sections exhibit, showing at the top there what would be along the eastern property line of the property, and it shows you the cross-section of the drainage, and then as well as the proposed fence. And then down below, that's the cross-section showing the drainage and the fencing along the southern boundary of the property. And then to the left side of this, it's showing the detention area for the proposed development. This was in previous exhibit. This has not changed. And this is the exhibit for the wood fencing. This has not changed either. This information has not changed from the traffic study. This is the proposed PUD language. This has not changed since we've met as well. I will say that the 15C, that is still being worked out with the city manager's office. These were just examples at this point, but that is something outside of zoning, and this will be determined at the city council level. This is our notification map. We did receive a letter of opposition since the last time that we've met, and that was given to the commission. Staff is recommending approval of the zoning change request based on the following findings: that it conforms to the future land use plan and stated goals described in the Destination Colleyville plan. The proposed project reduces the number of units while maintaining 50% of pervious cover.
All right. We'll ask the applicant to come up and speak. Sorry for the wait.
Good evening, members of the commission. Let me see. What do I need? Okay. Members of the commission, for the record, my name is Barry Hudson, senior planner with Dunaway Associates. We office at 550 Bailey Street, Suite 400 in Fort Worth. We have 9 members of our development team here tonight and are eager to present the information. I'm just going to click through some of the information very quickly that we presented last time, just as a reminder, since it has been a month. Of course, MRC, Methodist Retirement Community, is the developer, and have a good history of development within this life care facility types. Have a great set of project consultants with Greystone, Dunaway, and 3 Architecture providing the consulting services. This is 18.45 acre site. This is a previously approved PD site plan. As I pointed out last time, there are several things that we're doing to improve the site plan by eliminating driveway onto Cheeks-Barger, eliminating the retail component along Cheeks-Barger, eliminating driveways on Wayne Drive. The project comparison, I think, is key because it's a different type of development with a not-for-profit. Eliminating the retail reduces the traffic, as shown in the traffic study. We're reducing the number of units by 61 units, 22% reduction. All the units are larger. As noted by staff, the PD site plan creates a very good campus situation, landscape buffer along Cheeks-Barger, as well as perimeter landscape buffers along the south and east side adjacent to the residential in the city of Bedford. We looked at the rendered site plan last time. As noted, all the green space along the south and east is for detention purposes, which we'll get into more detail tonight. Here's the rendered site plan in the context of the city limit line, the surrounding development. As noted previously, we met with the neighborhood associations of Terra Plantation and Saddlebrook, as well as Covenant Christian Academy, as far as the joint landowners. This was included in our previous presentation, aerial view from the northwest. This is the new illustration that Jackie presented just now. The addition of the covered parking, there were questions about that at the last meeting, and the city manager's office asked us to include that in the massing study. The covered parking is basically on the south and east side. It's not along Wayne Drive, so therefore the view along Wayne Drive from the SketchUp, you can see the covered parking back to the right, which is basically on the south side of the project. One thing that's not shown on this massing study as far as the SketchUp are the landscaping that's going to be added there, the sidewalk along Wayne Drive, and the curvilinear parking. I think this is more realistic as far as actually what that entry area is going to look like with the porte-cochere going into the main common area of the facility. As stated, the architectural elevations have not changed. We talked in detail about that last time, about the residential feel for the project, even though it is a large building all connected together. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff Davis of Dunaway to explain the drainage.
Good evening, Commission. Jeff Davis of Dunaway. Thank you, Barry, for the introduction. So, got this code as the first slide for a reason, because we always like to start with the end in mind and what is our goal here for the drainage study that was done and approved by city staff. Basically in a nutshell, it says that we're not going to release runoff from the development or more runoff from the development than is currently there today. I think we've done that, and I'll walk you through how we got there. Okay, so we have a lot of neat tools that we can play with from a drainage standpoint to get the hydrology. Heck, HMS, it's actually created by the Corps of Engineers to figure out how much water is going where. For the existing hydraulics, we have another program that's created by the Army Corps of Engineers. Basically, we cut cross sections through existing channels and creeks, and we run the water flow, or the amount of water that we get from the hydrology study at various cross sections along the model. And then for the proposed hydraulics, part of the strategy to meet the goal of the Land Development Code is to hold back some of the water. So we have a model that models ponds and says if there's this much water that comes in, if we do a drainage structure at the outfall, how much water is going to come out. So here's the drainage area map for the overall area. And if you can see my mouse, this is basically the outfall at Bedford Court right here. And then there's a second outfall, which they call DP3 or Design Point 3, as our engineers call it, that's on the other side of Cheek Sparger that goes north into the Terra Village subdivision. So from this, the things that I want to point out, do some quick math here. This property is roughly 10% of the total drainage area, 18.5 acres, over 187.8 acres. So 10, and I'll remember that 10% because I'll get to another point here in a minute. But basically 10% of the total drainage area that drains to those two design points. So for the pond calculations and how we came to the shaded blue area that I'm about to show you on another exhibit, we ran the pond pack model, and as you can see on this chart here, in every event, whether it's the 100-year, the 50, the 25, the 5, or the 2, we are proposing to reduce the runoff leaving the site. So, in other words, we're making the situation better and meeting the requirements of the Land Development Code. So in this exhibit here, north is to my left. I guess being the same on your screen. What we wanted to show here is that the existing conditions are not good. The water, there's a lot of water that comes through there, and we understand that. And if you look at the light blue line, that's essentially where the water would go today, as it stands with nobody doing anything. And then what we were proposing to do is put 2 ponds in, one on the southwest corner, and then the other one would basically go from the northeast corner to the south corner. So there'd be 2 ponds that would basically throttle back the water. Okay, so go to the next slide. So we have cross sections, and they reference back to the 2 cross sections. This cross section is actually the one that's on the east side of the property. As you can see here, we went in and put in the existing water surface elevation, which I'm having a hard time seeing that, but I believe it's 598.9 or 8.
8, 9.
And if you look at the proposed water surface, it's a couple of tenths less. Okay, so same thing, we're making the situation better from what it is today. And I go to the next slide, and this would be on the south side of the property, cross-section BB. Similar situation, the water surface, and actually we have contours that suggest that the water potentially gets into Bedford as it stands today, and the residents live along the south side, a few of the homes. And what we're proposing to do is lower the water surface through that area. Okay, so this is the other exhibit we wanted to show with the site plan on there and how it works with the site. We've got 2 large areas here that would be the primary, or the 3 large areas here that would be the primary storage areas of the pond, or the 2 ponds. And that's all we wanted to show with that slide. So next thing I want to show was some site photos. And yes, one of my colleagues did crawl into the storm drainage structure to your right and take a picture. It's pretty dedicated. But what I want to show here, the first one to the top left, that is the existing storm drain pipe that's coming from Woodmont Court into the drainage structure at Bedford Court. So it's exposed, the water has eroded the pipe away. There may be a tree growing through it, potentially, we're not sure. We couldn't get that far into the storm drain without putting anybody in danger. The second picture to the right is actually what's underneath Bedford Court. 3 pipes go in, 2 pipes go out, and there's a large, box structure underneath the road. And then the one to the bottom left, that's from Woodmont Court. That's where the 66-inch pipe from Bedford starts and goes west and then north into Bedford Court. And these pictures here, so the one starting from top left, that is looking south from Bedford Court. You can kind of see the condition of the channel as it stands today. The picture to the right, top right, that's looking north from Bedford Court. You can see there's a small curb inlet, I wouldn't say small, it's probably 10-foot, curb inlet that collects water from Bedford Court, the street drainage that goes into the box below. And then the picture to the bottom left, that is what this drainage, or the pond 2 would be discharging into at Bedford Court. So that's the one opening that water would discharge into from the property. And then the one to the right, bottom right, that's looking at Bedford Court. And I wanted to point out something that really struck us as odd. Every door opening on the back side of that building is about 18 to 24 inches above ground. I don't know if that's a coincidence or what, but that's the way it stands today. And it wasn't just one, we went and looked, it's all of them. Additional pictures. So this is looking from Cummings Drive, the one on the top left. This is the condition that it's in today. You can see somebody's put a wall up, and I believe the city of Bedford has put these rocks in here to stop the erosion. Because if you look at the one at the bottom left corner, that was taken from actually Google Streets, I believe, that shows the condition of it before they put the rock riprap in there. The one at the top right is off of Wayne Drive, looking at the existing drainage channel that runs west to east along the southern border of the property. And then the one at the bottom right, that's just a different perspective, looking at the same drainage channel. So essentially, the water just flows off of the road without any curb and runs into the channel that's there today. Okay. And then with that, I'll entertain any questions, because I'm sure there are a few.
You did a nice job with the work there. Appreciate you doing that. Questions regarding that?
Okay, thank you. Turn it back over to Barry.
Thank you, Jeff. I guess, I'm the planner at the civil engineering company, so let me put it in planner's perspective. The drainage studies that were done were approved by your city engineer, and so what we're attempting tonight to do is to make it more understandable for the commission. In basic way, just very basic, is that the existing channels that are out there along the south side and the east side are undersized, so that the 100-year storm spreads out over a lot of the property because it has just a narrow channel. What we're doing with the detention is widening that area so that there's a larger area and a larger volume to store that water so it can go off less, at a slower rate. So we are improving, the situation that's out there now, even though we're adding additional buildings to the site. Just real quick, the neighborhood benefits, we're improving the traffic because we've reduced the retail component. We're improving the streetscape along Cheeks-Sparger Road. We're talking about some neighborhood involvement with the Covenant Christian Academy. And the overall planning impact is better than the previously approved project. As your staff has stated, we comply with the destination Colleyville future land use plan, and they're recommending approval. The timeline, we've been working with staff and the city for about 16, 17 months, and we come to you tonight asking for your recommendation for approval towards the city council. As I said, we have 9 members of the development team here to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions before I open the public hearing?
Just when you're calling it Pond 1 and Pond 2, it's really one pond, right? Is there a reason why you're doing it 1 and 2?
No, there'll actually be 2. So the topography suggests that we would have 2 ponds because the southeast corner or the southwest corner is higher in elevation.
Okay.
So we feel we can have, 1 pond there, and then we'll actually have it overflow into another pond.
Like a spillway?
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
got it.
So, but these aren't these aren't permanent ponds, they're just detention areas.
Oh, no, ma'am, that would be a retention pond. These will be dry detention ponds, and they will eventually
Detention.
drain out after a rainfall.
Okay, well, I saw the pond, and to me, a pond is a pond. So, but I understand detention and retention, there's a difference, so,
Yes,
thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. All right. With that being said, I'm going to open the public hearing. I have several cards here. Tom Buckaloo wishes to speak in opposition.
Good evening. So, first of all, I admire your stamina and attention. I'm about to give out myself, but anyway. My name is Tom Buckaloo of 3709 Woodmont Court. Well, it would be
We'll get the map up there.
right up there. Anyway, I'm right on the edge of the, that'd be the east side. Oh yeah, the mouse moves here too. Okay, brilliant. Anyway, so I am against the changes that Methodist Retirement Communities, I'll call MRC, are making. A little history. First of all, I've lived in this property just over 30 years now, except for a stint back in the Middle East for 4 years. I've been continuously there with my wife, Jocelyn. Our kids are long gone, but anyway. So all this was not here. I mean, all this. Colleyville was pretty much a few houses, and maybe some of you may remember that. But the history of that property is there was probably about a half a dozen single family plots of land, like some of the stuff we've seen earlier today. There was a fellow that had a longhorn and a mule out there where the pond is. In the early 2000s, they were gradually bought out. I think Covenant Christian was trying to expand into there. But around 2010, I believe, is when Cirrus Health with Don Wilson went ahead and started gathering up the property there. And so they came up with this plan for a senior center. And if you could put the original and the the original and maybe the new one up there, proposed. So this one here that we see that was approved in 2012 was actually the second version. The first version was a little more like this, or no, they're both now the.
Yeah, we can only do one at a time.
Okay. Anyway, but so this was sort of a compromise because there was actually quite a dramatic objection to this rezoning. In fact, I have it written down on my notepad here that 145 against on the cards and 26 for. So the city council went ahead and zoned it commercial anyway. So we got the rezoning specifically for a senior center. So I guess because of its unpopularity, they came up with sort of a compromise, and so they ended up addressing some things. There was a lower roof line by 10 feet on this one approved in 2012. They lessened the size of the residence buildings and committed to the flooding and drainage along the east and south property lines, addressed the erosion control at the creek edges, cleaning the debris, committed to a roundabout on Cheek Sparger. That was all done by October 2012. It was a process, like from March to October. I've been standing here half a dozen times probably now. So you can see the retention area there is considerably bigger than the newly proposed one. This historically, this drainage and flooding thing has been there. Interestingly enough, probably the origins of the real flooding is right here. Alice, where are you?
That mouse does not work.
Oh, okay.
With our presentation going.
I knocked something down. But anyway, the Terra Shopping Center, when it was built after all these, the housing was done, pretty much blocked a lot there, and then the drainage problems came. And the people along that, the south and east borders of this property in Bedford, anyway, my time's up or something. Anyway, but they have been trying to get Colleyville and Bedford to agree on anything, and that hasn't happened. There are places where, in fact, the gentleman there showed places where you have Bedford put some concrete sandbags there, and they needed to, because the flooding was taken out, or Cummings comes straight down in there to the north. It was taken out the whole doggone thing, the backyard of the property the further south there. Anyway, so I'm not against having something put out there. I think Mr. Cox said, or Cook, I'm sorry. It's Cook?
It's Cook.
Cook, yeah. Anyway, he said something about this is a good fit for this property. Okay, I don't live in a mayonnaise jar thinking that nothing's going to happen out here. So this is probably as good as anything we're going to get. But what I am against is if you look at the present, or the present compared to what we have here, we can kind of see that is all moved down into the Bedford area, right up against, well, again, my property is, the picture we see up there, the very top towards the right, and I've got a carport that's going to be, that I could spit on probably and hit, and a road that's going to be right behind my fence. And you can see the narrowing of where the water would be coming through. So obviously I'm somewhat concerned, but I had hoped that I wouldn't have to see something, you know, at 2.5 or 2 stories. It doesn't matter. It's like the guy about the 25-foot, you know, this is 30 feet plus. So it's going to be right up against me. So my question is, you see, a real problem is there has been nobody that has addressed me. The Colleyville residents that they addressed, Saddlebrook and Terra and any of the others, they don't have property lines on this. There has been nobody in Bedford notified. We have not been to any of these meetings, and you know, the July meetings at with Saddlebrook HOA. We haven't been in any of those. I only knew about this a week before when I was here, January 13th. So you can imagine me seeing this in the mail from Bedford. Bedford sent this to the residents just before, you know, the week before, January 13th. So I heard the gentleman say, well, we've contacted, we had dealings with all the residents. No, you didn't. And that, to me, is irresponsible, and it's really inexcusable. No contact, so I've had no input. Nobody in Bedford's had any input. And we're the ones directly impacted. So that's very upsetting, to say the least. So we got the overcrowding, what I see, the overcrowding of this property, whereas it looked more spacious before, right up against the Bedford residents. It's like, well, if it's out of sight of Colleyville, that's okay. We got road literally feet from my property. This 2-story apartment-looking building that I'm going to be looking at. The drainage retention area is smaller, so I'm not, a scientist or anything, but logic would tell me, looking at that there could be more of a problem than the previous, just simply from the area. We have a lot of runoff on roofs and stuff. There's going to be more water going down into there than there is presently. I'd like to know more of the details of what all this is going to be, what it's going to look like as far as, because, you're talking about elevations. There's some real issues with the elevation. The elevation, if we're looking at that, at the bottom of the drawing there, that's the high ground. So it flows down to the east, and then it gets lower as it goes north. Then it goes underneath the culverts, and it goes in that trench down Terra. And by golly, I'll tell you what, how many times have you driven down Bedford Road and you had to turn around? It's going to get worse. Because they got the gate there, Bedford Road closes where Little Bear Creek goes right through there. And so people in Saddlebrook shouldn't be all that pleased, because Saddlebrook Drive is going to be like Cheeks Sparger Jr. or something. When you go into Whole Foods or something, turn around, go through Saddlebrook. So, yeah, there's a lot of issues. I mean, other things like the light from the buildings and the street lamps. That's going to be great. Overlooking two-story buildings, loss of privacy, the car exhaust, parking spaces close. As far as the nature conservation, well, that's a lost cause. I lost that battle 8 years ago. And there's a 5G cell tower. I don't know actually if it's 5G, but does everybody know where the cell tower is in this property? It's property, I believe, owned by the Covenant Christian, and they get money off that, I guess. But that's right there on that property. Too bad the mouse doesn't work. Yeah, there you go. There's a cell tower. So we got a cell tower for all these old folks. Good grief, I'm 71, I'm calling somebody old. Anyway, so, this radio frequency emissions right there for this home. Congestion in the streets, yeah, there was a traffic study done in 2012 for this original thing that was, they found it to be about 1,100 additional trips per day for that other one. Now they say there's going to be less people there, but 1,100 trips per day is probably what it is now, because just the way things are. They did apparently a traffic study in June. So what happens in June? School's out, everybody's on vacation, so that's not a valid, I don't know if they've done one since. Here's a question for them. Is there still going to be a roundabout? Construction. Possibly up to 2 years. Air pollution, particles. South winds at Saddlebrook gets it all anyway. There's a fungus, a lung disease that's very common in the Southwest with a lot of dirt movement. So, we have something really good here in Colleyville, and I live in Bedford, but I would say that probably 90% of my business is done in Colleyville. Tomorrow I'm going to go to the physical therapy in Colleyville. I get my haircut. I know it doesn't look like it, but I get in Colleyville, and there's the two grocery stores. The one I mentioned,
If you don't mind, would you mind wrapping it up here in a minute? I know you've waited patiently for a long time.
But in conclusion, I'm not here to oppose the decision that they made 8 years ago, but I'm against the changes, and the changes negatively impact the environment, the overcrowding, high risk of flooding, the negative impact of traffic circulation, negative impact on our property values, I don't know, probably will. Negative impact to the local residents with the health, safety, and welfare during this long construction, because I'm certainly not looking forward to 2 years of construction. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry I was so long, but it looks like I'm the only one opposing this tonight anyway.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jocelyn Buckaloo. Wishes to speak in opposition? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Bill, wishing to speak in support.
Thank you. I'm Robert Bell. I live at 5300 Miramar Lane, Colleyville, Texas. I'm here to represent myself as a Colleyville resident for the need for this project, and also represent the current ownership group. So I want to kind of bring us a little bit to kind of where, from an ownership group, how we kind of got to this point with Methodist senior communities. I've lived here in Colleyville since 1993, so I kind of moved here. When I moved here, there were probably a lot of young people. I consider myself a young person at the time that I moved here. Had young kids in the school system, and but now I'm an empty nester. My parents and I have all gotten older, and I see the need for this type of development. I feel like that this is, I've been involved in this with Don Wilson back when he first started accumulating this land, clear back to 2007, and whenever he came up with the idea of this, I thought it was a perfect use for this particular piece of property in this particular part of the city. You know, statistics kind of show that Colleyville's aging since 2012 to 2017. I mean, our population increased by 11%, but our senior population increased by 74%. We have twice the number, percentage-wise, twice the number of senior citizens living in Colleyville as compared to our adjacent cities of Grapevine or South Lake. I hear about really, really nice senior facilities that are available in Fort Worth and Dallas and even South Lake. And so it's kind of like, why can't we have, something like that here in our own city instead of having to locate our parents in other cities? As far as this particular location, I've gotten to be where I kind of avoid somewhat the freeway system around Colleyville myself, just kind of going around the north end of the airport kind of seems a little scary these days. And so I like the idea of us having an independent senior living facility somewhere where you can basically get to all the services that we have in Colleyville, the shopping that we have in Colleyville, and even the adjacent city of Euless without having to get on the freeway system. Also see this as a great economic benefit to the city. Not only does it bring employees to the city that will be working here, but it also brings residents that will be utilizing our services and businesses here in the city of Colleyville. As representing the ownership group, like I say, I've been kind of involved with this more from a financing standpoint. I'm not an operator of senior living type facilities, but there was Don got this approved through the city council back in 2012 for this particular use. He decided that he didn't want to build what was approved, even though I think that given time, you'd find someone that wants to build exactly what is approved today. But when Methodist Senior Living came along, they had kind of a different idea for this site. And their idea sounded to me like it'd be better than anything that had been proposed before. Some of the benefits of this is that, one, it was going to be very high upscale. It would be a buy-in type of product instead of a rental type product. It was going to be lower density, so it has fewer units. It's smaller in height. It's more kind of like a two-story home. They thought that the original plan was underparked, so has more parking. They wanted to combine the buildings to one building instead of two, which didn't really seem to be much of an issue. I've kind of sat through the public hearings last time and this time to hear problems from City of Bedford about drainage issues and things. And that's kind of an engineering thing that'll be taken care of when they're part of the Colleyville Development Department will take care of that. But as we've kind of heard and looked at from the surrounding area, this water condition that exists out there exists because of City of Bedford basically not taking care of their water and dumping it into our city. And engineering here, as what we've kind of seen is that you saw these places where there was erosion, you saw where riprap's been placed on the property. That's all been done, kind of like basically on my property without any permission, without any easements. So you got the City of Bedford going out there placing riprap instead of just trespassing into this, where you've got an engineering firm that's kind of saying, hey, we see that these problems that the City of Bedford has allowed to occur, but we're going to try to correct the best we can these prior problems and make this situation better. So, we talked about the narrowing. I mean, there's a very, very narrow point that this water escapes from this whole property. It only basically goes through 2 6-foot pipes. These buildings are set back, 100, 200 feet, so I mean, you're talking about some very, very large ponds compared to a very small outflow. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I just want to express my support for the project, and I see how Methodist Senior Living has gone to a lot of trouble to try to come up with actually a better plan than what was originally approved by the City Council in 2012. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that being said, no more cards, no one coming forward. Public hearing is closed. I have a couple of questions that one in the group could probably answer for me, or maybe multiple different people, so I'll ask them slow. I would like to understand the public improvements at Cheeksbarger and Bedford Road. And I understand it says the applicant's still committed to the requirement, but is evaluating the level of participation. I'd like somebody to address that for me. Next, I would like to, I know we touched on it last time, but I'd like to understand how the property works. It's a very nice property for it to be nonprofit. I get there's a system. If y'all could touch on that one more time, I'd appreciate that. And if you could also touch on if federal funds were used to fund the operation, I'd appreciate that as well. Next would be the benefit to the community with the pilot program instead of, just the standard tax revenue. If you could address that for me, I'd also appreciate that. So those items, if y'all could, whoever the right person is, could address the microphone and discuss those, I'd appreciate it before we start the discussion.
My name's Don Stevens, 39 Tethered Vine Place, The Woodlands, Texas. I'm the CFO and interim CEO for Methodist Retirement Communities based in the Woodlands. I would be happy to address some of those issues for you. And I'm apologize, but could you just kind of spit one after another
Okay.
for me again, and I'll hit them.
The roundabout,
Okay, on the roundabout, we are very much want to cooperate in the building of the roundabout. Originally, the city asked us to basically build the roundabout. And we just felt like that the better way to do that would be for us to contribute the funds and let us specialize in the development that we're used to doing and let the city do the road. And I believe that that has been worked out financially with the city manager's office. I know I've attended one meeting, but our consultants have attended numerous meetings with them. So if you want to add to that.
Well, I think as staff, we can verify that we did receive an email from the city manager's office accepting the valuation that they suggested, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it was in line with our city engineer's office and their estimates for what it would take. And so that there is at least some agreement to that value, and rather than building it, they would be committing to pay into our.
understood. Just the way it reads was they're evaluating if they're going to participate or not, so that's why I was asking.
Yeah, and really what that meant was whether they were going to actually construct it or.
Yeah, I don't blame them for not wanting to go out there with, wheelbarrows and build a roundabout. I get it. It's the right way to do it. The next question was, how does this work where you have such a nice facility that's a nonprofit? And part B is it federally funded?
So the way our financial model works is our independent living residents have an entrance fee that is refundable to a certain degree. There's different contracts offered. 90% is very typical. And that's a way for us to accumulate cash when those people move in, and we pay down debt with it. So it reduces our debt, which makes the whole thing more affordable. When one resident leaves, the next one comes in, that new entrance fee refunds the previous. We own the property. There's no change of property that takes place. But that's a funding mechanism. Obviously, the proceeds from those first generation of entrance fees won't build the whole campus. We will issue tax-exempt bonds to do that. I say we will issue. We will go through the proper conduit to issue those bonds. Now, why are we not-for-profit? We feel, and people can debate this, there's a lot of very good for-profit providers out there. But not-for-profits, it's a proven fact, we put the money back into the community. We pay higher wages, we spend more money on food, we have more employees, we have no owners or shareholders that we have to send profits to. So we believe, and again, there's facts to back that up, that as a not-for-profit provider, we can give better care to the resident. We are a mission organization, mission-minded, just simply meaning that our interest is the resident and not the dollar. So that's our philosophy. The state of Texas has a statute that says if you're a not-for-profit, as recognized by the IRS, that if you give 4% in 4% of your net revenue in charity care, then you can obtain a property tax exemption, and that's the state law. And we fit that, and that's what we do in our current 12 communities around Texas. So I don't know if that addresses how we manage to
Not,
get tax exempt.
and it's not federally funded.
No,
loan,
it's
yeah.
not federally funded. Now, no, not, this one, we're not gonna have a nursing home, so there'll be no Medicare
Yeah.
or anything like that.
Right.
But we, as I stated in the January meeting, our philosophy is that when a resident runs out of funds, if that happens, and it does, they stay, and we fund them, and that's part of the charity care that we give.
Okay. Thank you.
So along those same lines, can I go ahead and ask a question?
Go ahead.
Since we're on the money. The other gentleman mentioned something about buy-in, and I was curious about that.
That's just another term for the entrance fee I was talking about.
So it's not an actual buy-in to have ownership of the property itself?
That's correct. We always own the property.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's good clarification.
Thank you. And next would be really discussing the payment in lieu of taxes. If you talk a little bit where does the community benefit? Obviously, the community benefits from having this place for the seniors to go to. But when it comes to tax revenue, how does the community around this development benefit with the payment in lieu of taxes versus a standard tax revenue?
Well, I can just speak for the communities that we do business in now. We provide jobs. A lot of our residents move into the area. They are consumers in your community. They pump money into the community. So while you wouldn't get property tax from us, we would be a boost to your economy. I'm sorry, it's past my bedtime, but I think that's
Past everybody's bedtime.
yeah. So those are the main factors there, and as I said before, the state of Texas has a statute that gives us that tax exemption. And I'll just tell you, in our other 12 communities, we've only had one other municipality that has asked for a pilot. Most of the communities don't because they see the other benefits. The pilot came up here. We would be very glad to do that to help compensate Colleyville for emergency services.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open up the conversation here.
Yeah.
More questions or talk amongst ourselves? Go ahead.
Just, one, maybe more. First of all, I feel bad. I'm asking you guys to come back. I had no idea you'd be going last this time, so. But what percentage of the occupancy is come and go versus, like the memory care, which I think is more, they're staying there?
So there's 220 total units, 160, believe, are independent living. So those people will be coming and going. The assisted living, most of those people will not be driving, and of course the memory support won't. But so most of the coming and going from a resident perspective will be in those 160 or so independent living units.
And a lot of that is spouses, husbands and wives, so really possibly even less than that.
Well, on the 100, there's 160 units, and typically we'll see 25 to 30% of those being couples.
Okay.
So those 160 might actually be 200 or a few more, and probably a few more at the beginning, and then it usually gets down to about 25, 30%.
But to your point, they're doing pretty much everything on their own. They're shopping for themselves, cooking their own meals, doing.
Yeah, they'll eat, they'll have, some food service as part of their fees to us, so they'll eat a meal with us and maybe more, but yeah, they'll be doing most of the things that, any other residents of the city will be doing, for the most part.
Thank you.
And then I just have one question, because the gentleman brought it up, and I always like to kind of get citizens' concerns out. So if the map of the schematic of the facility, back where he said he lives, there's the parking structure, kind of a narrow area of the detention pond, and then, so what, just so I can kind of understand, how much distance sits between that drive area and then the fence to the neighbors?
The setback in Colleyville for a multifamily project is 25 feet. The way the building is situated, the closest point is about 109 to 113 feet.
Not the building so much,
That's
but
the
like
building.
that carport.
Yeah, the carport is closer,
Yeah.
so it's, that's 42 foot wide, so that would be within about 60 feet back. With the pinch, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then as far as the fence goes, I know there was some discussion before about the type of fence. I'm assuming that's right on the property line.
Yes, we're trying to save as many trees as we can along the property line, because there are mature trees along the.
So you will replace, because some of the fences and some of those properties are not in the best of shape, so you'll replace all the fencing?
We'd have a uniform fence on our side, yes, so, yeah. And just to clarify, we've had 2 meetings with neighborhoods, and at the second meeting, we reached out to the city of Bedford. They gave us notification list, and so we sent out postcards to all the property owners within 300 feet, to invite them to the meeting on July the 13th of last summer. So, and we did have, a significant number of folks from Bedford attend our neighborhood meeting, so.
Thanks.
Yeah, a question for staff. Is this the last time we'll see this, or does this come back, does it get platted and brought back?
Currently, it's 3 lots, 3 platted lots. If they do go through a plat process, it would probably be just to combine 2 lots into one, which would just be an amending plat, just staff approval. This would really be the chance to review this and approve it. If approved, then they would still have to go through the site plan process, but that's a staff level of review and approval.
Because, the biggest concern I had, and again, some of it, based on, even though they're Bedford residents, their concerns, want to make sure that, the concerns were addressed regarding to flooding potential and drainage and everything, and they did come back with some additional information. But through that process, if anything were deemed to be not up to city code, or I know it fits it today, but that would be addressed through that process.
Right, so we have the ordinance, and so as we review it through the site plan process, if they've made any changes and it does not conform to those specific regulations, they would either have to revise their plan to make it conform, or they would have to come back before you and the council and ask to amend the PUD again.
And then the retention ponds, is the plan just to sod those as well? What will those, what will they look like?
Yes, the intent would be to sod them. If we feel like there's gonna be too much velocity between ponds, we'll look at alternative methods for the bottoms. But I think we all agree that sodding them is gonna be the most aesthetically pleasing way to protect against erosion in those ponds.
Okay.
Anything else? Can I get a motion?
Motion for approving the zoning change. Case ZC 19-009.
Second?
Is that right?
I believe it is. ZC 19-009.
Okay, I wrote it down differently, sorry.
I'll second it.
Thank you very much. And we will take that to a vote. Moore, aye. Syed?
Nay.
Cook?
Aye.
Bevel?
Aye.
Bond?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank y'all for coming back. Anything else? All right. Meeting adjourned.
I didn't get my glass of wine.